The hearing will commence shortly. L'audience commencera sous peu. Order, please. Alors, s'il vous plaît. This sitting of the Foreign Interference Commission is back in session. Cette séance de la Commission sur l'ingérence étrangère est reprise.
So good afternoon. I'm going to turn to the panel for the rest of the afternoon, so just forgive me. Bonjour.
Hi.
My name is Kate McGran. I'm a member of the Commission Council team. This afternoon's panelists are representatives of diaspora groups who will be sharing their experiences and those of their communities to provide information and context for the Commission's Stage 1 hearings. I'll introduce our panelists, and then we will begin with today's panel presentations. Dr. Hamid Asmalian is a novelist, dentist, human rights activist, and director and spokesperson for the Association of Families of PS 752 Victims. Flight PS 752 was shot down in the early morning of January 8th, 2020, 3 minutes after taking off from Tehran's Imam Khomeini International Airport by at least two missiles. Two missiles of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The Association of Families PS 752 Victims seeks to unite grieving families, keep the memories of the passengers alive, and seek justice. Yuri Novodvorsky is a longtime critic of the Russian regime and a director and founding member of the Russian-Canadian Democratic Alliance. The Russian-Canadian Democratic Alliance seeks to unite the Russian community in Canada and to advocate against the Russian regime. Jaskaran Sandhu is a lawyer and co-founder of Baz News, which is a news outlet of record for Sikh and Punjabi diaspora communities. Mr. Sandhu has been actively involved in the Sikh community with a particular focus on advocacy for the last 15 years, including as a board member and executive director of the World Sikh Organization. Mehmet Todi is a Uyghur Canadian activist, the executive director of the Uyghur Rights Advocacy Project, and co-founder and former vice president of the World Uyghur Congress. Grace Dai Wallensack is the national director of the Falun Dafa Association of Canada. She is the co-author of a report released by the association titled Foreign Interference and Repression of Falun Gong in Canada. This report details the instances of repression experienced by Falun Gong at the hands of foreign state actors of the People's Republic of China. She is also a member of the Canadian Coalition on Human Rights in China, an initiative led by Amnesty International. She's advocated for the human rights of Falun Gong practitioners since 1999 and acts as a government and media contact on behalf of the Falun Gong community in Canada. Unfortunately, Mr. Chuck Kwan is prevented from joining us today by unexpected circumstances. Fortunately for us, we are instead joined by Ms. Winnie Ng, who is a longtime advocate for the Chinese Canadian community and, among other things, serves as co-chair of the Toronto Association for Democracy in China. those impressive introductions out of the way, we'll turn to our first panelist, Dr. Ismailian. Would you please describe your community or communities?
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Association of the Families of Flight PS752 Victims, I want to thank the Madam Commissioner and her team for their efforts in this all-important endeavor and giving me the opportunity to offer my testimony. Like many in the Chinese and Russian and Indian communities, several 100,000 Iranians have made Canada our home. We are deeply concerned by the increasing threat posed to Canadian democracy, our civil society, and the communities who strive to participate in the cultural mosaic that makes this country so special. I would like to first start by emphasizing to this Commission the urgent importance to officially include the Islamic Republic of Iran in the terms of reference in the mandate of this Commission. By this inclusion, this Commission will be able to garner the cooperation and input of other security, diplomatic, and intelligence organizations in order to reach a more accurate and comprehensive view of the extent of the threat that the Islamic regime poses to Canadian society and the Iranian-Canadian community. As we all know, Iran is fundamentally a diverse, multi-ethnic society with people of different faiths and ethnicities making up the rich cultural tapestry of Iran's national identity. The first immigrants from Iran are reported to have arrived in Canada in 1901. By 1979, the Iranian community in Canada was no more than a few thousand, scattered around the country. In the aftermath of the revolution and the Islamic takeover of the government, the Iranian community in Canada has grown exponentially. Current estimates indicate that there are over 400,000 Iranians residing in Canada, with a high concentration of Iranian Canadians in Ontario. While initially most Iranians were refugees who have fled the brutal repression and persecution of the Islamic Republic regime over the past 4 decades, Iranian residents of Canada include students, academics, entrepreneurs, and skilled workers from all walks of life. The Islamic regime has not been oblivious to these facts, and since the 1980s, the Islamic regime has focused on Canada for various reasons, including, among others, Canada's vicinity to the United States and the opportunities they may seek in their political and clandestine agenda. In the aftermath of what became known as the Woman Life Freedom Uprising in September 2022 that was sparked by the brutal murder of Mahsa Jina Amini, Iranian Canadians made history by coming together in the largest gathering in a political rally organized by my association and other activists in Toronto. On October 1st, 2022, over 50,000 people came together in Richmond Hill to express their solidarity with the brave young men and women in Iran and their opposition to the brutal Islamic regime in Iran. While the majority of Iranians who have immigrated to Canada are secular, they have not demonstrated a clear tendency to organize around ideological or partisan institutions. Despite the growing number of immigrants from Iran, engagement in the Canadian democratic institutions has been sporadic at best, with only a handful of Iranians finding their way into provincial or federal political positions. Ontario has had a few MPPs and provincial ministers from among Iranian Canadians, and so far only 2 MPs have reached the federal parliament. We are yet to have any ministers in the federal government from members of our community. Behind the political arena, Iranians have made remarkable progress in academia, business, arts and culture, medicine, and many other fields in Canada. This unfortunately has brought Canada and the Iranian community in this country squarely in the crosshairs of the Islamic regime and its nefarious plans to not only cause division and mayhem in the Iranian-Canadian community, but to also disrupt the Canadian political system in an effort to peddle influence in favor of its policies. I will talk about these in my next comments.
Before I turn to our next question, I have been reminded that I need to slow down so that the translators who are assisting us can follow us and translate along. So I'm reminding myself, and I'll also take this moment to remind our panelists that if we could slow down, that would be very useful. Sure. Turning back to you, would you please describe the forms of foreign interference that your community experiences?
To pick up where I left off in this first part of my comments, I would like to bring into focus how the Islamic regime in Iran seeks to interfere in the political system of democratic countries along its activities to disrupt and divide the Iranian communities around the world. As I noted earlier, the Islamic regime has demonstrated to have a special interest in Canada, and as such, it has made efforts on many levels to further its agenda using the leverage it can muster through the Iranian community in this country. We can consider these efforts in two main categories. First, to interfere in Canadian political affairs in service of the regime's interests, and second, to monitor and surveil the Iranian community in Canada and identify political and civil rights activists who seek to promote democracy in their home country, but also to use its operatives to intimidate, harass, sometimes even threaten community members with the intent of blocking any dissent or organized efforts to expose the corruption of the regime on the international arena. Furthermore, there are several reports that have become public exposing terrorist conspiracies through Canada aimed at the United States that have been planned, funded, and directed by the Islamic regime in Iran. As an example, 2 years ago, there was reports about assassination or kidnapping plot of a well-known reporter in the United States, and there were reports that there were 3 Canadians on the list of the kidnappers, but we never heard any report from our government or any report from intelligence services that who those people were and what was the plan. There is an existing indictment about that in the United States. Let me give you other examples for each of these main categories that merely represent the tip of a much larger and nefarious iceberg of interference by the Islamic regime in Canada. If I go to my personal experiences, I've been targeted on social media. I've been targeted in Canada. If I go to some experiences, verbal attacks, physical attacks, like 20th of May last year was one of the examples. I'm sure police has a report of that when we had a gathering in Toronto. When I was in Toronto on last October in downtown Toronto, there was a person approached me. He was on a motorcycle, and then he stopped and he was searching his pockets for something, and then I had to leave the area, go back to the hotel, report to the police. And RCMP and police, I'm sure they have the reports. There were only a few examples. When I go to some names of the former officials of the Islamic Republic, I can say that a former minister of Islamic Republic, when he was here, he threatened me too. So I will get to that. But once when I went to a grocery store on the spring of 2 years ago, when I went back, I had 2 flat tires on one side. I reported that to the police, and still I don't know what RCMP did or what the York police did, and I didn't get any report back. So about what they do in Iran, my parents, they are banned to leave the country. My mother is 73-year-old, my father is 74. When they plan to travel to Canada in November to participate in the 4th anniversary of the downing of Flight PS752. Their passport was confiscated, and now they know that they can't leave the country at least for 6 months. We don't know what happens after 6 months. And I can say about other family members of the victims in Iran, also they have been tortured, they have been imprisoned, and we have several reports supporting that fact. A very small minority of Iranians in Canada are engaged directly or indirectly as either sympathizers or sometimes even overt operatives of the Islamic regime. This small minority has, however, leveraged its financial advantages that mostly originate from inside Iran and political backing advantages that political backing from the Islamic regime to create institutions disguised as community advocacy groups, media, social media, or even research institutes that effectively seek to undermine the majority of the community that oppose the regime, as well as to meddle with the influence Canadian government and non-government institutions in favor of the regime's agenda. The level of sophistication of these plans is highly disconcerting to our community, and many of us are making our best efforts to identify and expose these covert and overt activities that we find highly dangerous and disruptive. Hence, the importance of including the Islamic regime in the terms of reference of this commission. This small minority has demonstrated the intent and capacity to cause division in the Iranian-Canadian community while creating an atmosphere of fear and intimidation here in this country. Many Iranians who participate in public events, such as the massive October 1st rally, wore masks to avoid being identified by the regime operatives. A documentary that was made about Flight PS752 had to anonymize many crew members in the final credits of the film because they were in fear of persecution and threats by regime operatives. Another highly concerning example is a multitude of revelations of the increasing number of Islamic regime officials who have sought and been granted permanent residency in Canada or got visa to come to Canada. When I go to examples, we have a person, Mahmoud Reza Khavari. He's a former banker, and he was the head of National Bank. He immigrated to Canada in 2011, and he was involved in corruption. And I'm sure the Canadian government and the intelligence services, they have reports about him. We have Morteza Talai. He was the former chief of police of Tehran. He was seen in Richmond Hill 2 years ago working out in a gym. This is a person who was the chief of police of Tehran at the time of killing Zahra Kazemi. He was the chief of police who founded Morality Police in Iran, the same organization who killed Mahsa Amini and other innocent girls in Iran. We have Sayyid Hassan Ghazizadeh Hashemi, the former minister of the Islamic regime that was seen vacationing in Montreal, Canada last August. I go to that thread right now. When I raised the issue on Twitter and I wrote to our government, this man had an interview with some media outlets inside Iran, and he said, when I come back to Iran, the actions of Hamid Ismailion and the foreign media will be retaliated. But he was free to walk in Montreal, go visit Casa Loma in Toronto a day after, and finally he went back without any consequences. Now I know that he can come back to Canada, but we have concerns that how a former minister of Islamic regime can come to this country, threat the activists here, and just freely go back. I go to another name, son of the current speaker of the Islamic Parliament in Iran, Ishaq Ghalibaf. He even initiated a lawsuit against Canadian government to obtain visa to come to this country. Hopefully, I'm happy that we heard his visa finally got rejected after the outcry of the community. Another person is Iran's representative in ICAO, International Civil Aviation Organization. He lives in Montreal, Farhad Parvarish, not only because of denial and his role after the downing of Flight PS752 in misinformation campaigns, but this person had connections with Quds Force. He's the person who was the head of Iran Air for years for smuggling weapons to Syria with commercial airplanes. But this person is in Montreal and he's representing the Islamic regime. These are merely the high-profile names that have been exposed and unfortunately indicate the severity and the scale of this highly dangerous problem for Canada and the Iranian-Canadian community. I would like to emphasize that these are not benign attempts by regime officials who seek a better life in Canada, but serious indicators of money laundering at best, but also efforts to increase the presence and influence of regime operatives in Canada. I share our community's concerns that there may be thousands of other lesser-known regime of affiliates, officials and operatives who have found their way to Canada and the threat their presence poses to our society and communities. Last but not least, are example of how regime operatives have reached the very depths of our democratic institutions in order to interfere and peddle influence. Just recently, a member of the Iranian community in Canada sought to run as a member of the federal parliament. The intensity of the smear campaign against him went far beyond the normal fervor of political competition in Canada. We believe that this is indicative of a much more sophisticated and multi-layered attempt by the regime and its operatives to hinder the participation of Iranians opposed to the regime in the Canadian democratic institutions. On the other hand, there are examples of organized support for those who are known to be aligned with the Islamic regime in Iran. There are many alarming reports of a certain member of the federal parliament to be supporting regime sympathizers and even meeting with regime officials and parliamentarians in Canada. Again, these are just the tip of the iceberg that is visible to us, and we fear that these examples are indicators of a much more serious and dangerous problem that must be investigated and dealt with. Let me end with another example. The Islamic regime has a stranglehold on every aspect of social, political, economic, cultural, and civil life in Iran. Sports is, of course, no exception. Every sport category is closely monitored and influenced by various security, intelligence, political, and even military arms of the regime. All international sporting events are carefully orchestrated by the intelligence, propaganda, and military establishment of the Islamic regime. Every sport team, most especially soccer teams, are accompanied by multitude of those operatives who not only seek to direct and monitor the athletes, but also disguise their covert operations under the guise of sporting events. For example, the entourage of a given soccer team usually reaches over 50 individuals in number, with nearly one-third of those individuals having no connections with the given sporting events. Shortly after the downing of Flight PS752 by the IRGC, where 177 innocent civilian lives, including that of my wife and 9-year-old daughter, was taken, we heard rumors of a so-called friendly soccer match that was planned to take place between the Canadian and the Islamic Republic national soccer teams. It was planned to be held in BC Place in Vancouver. Against the backdrop of the tragic murder of so many Iranian Canadians, this was outrageous to us as families of the victims, but also to the community as a whole. Given the lack of diplomatic relations between Canada and the Islamic Republic regime, one wonders who was behind the planning and execution of such an event. Who were the liaisons on behalf of the Islamic regime here in Canada? Who supported or sponsored the event and why? We were asking how were the visas for the entourage being processed. Ultimately, we believe that this was an attempt to sports wash the criminality of the Islamic regime and to bury the story of Flight PS752. Fortunately, the community came together and posed not only serious questions surrounding this nefarious plan, but also helped to put an end and cancel the event. Again, this example demonstrates the level of sophistication and nefariousness of the Islamic regime's scheme to influence and meddle with community and political discourse in Canada. Thank you.
The last question for now is, would you please describe the impact that foreign interference has had on your community?
Yeah, as I explained before, I notice every time we go to rallies, several members of the community, they wear masks, sunglasses, hats to not be identified. There are reports that when they travel to Iran, their cell phones get confiscated, they get persecuted, interrogated. Their family members in Iran are under pressure. Even we have had members who met Canadian Parliament members here and their family members in Iran have been pressured or have been interrogated. So this is the least that I can say, but as I said before, this doesn't let the members of the community to get engaged in especially in political levels. We have organizations here that they don't have any relations with the civic organizations in the community, with the cultural organizations in the community like Tiragan, civic association, civic organization like us, or even political members of the community like our parliament member, Mr. Ali Esasi, but they are everywhere, and they get funded unfortunately, by our government. We have reports of some organizations that have been founded by the Department of National Defense or Canadian Armed Forces. And these are the questions on the table, that who are these people and what our intelligence services organization, they know about them, because the community is fearful to ask and to act, because we know that they have endless financial resources and they can initiate lawsuits against everyone. Even now, when I'm testifying right now, I have to be very careful because we are ordinary people, and it's not easy to fight with some organizations that they have financial resources and they know people, and they get the best support not only from Iran, from other countries like Russia, China, the government of Russia, government of China. And I hope that this commission will start to add Iran to the terms of references. One of the other things that I have to say, when we go to Department of Justice in the United States, you go to the website, there are several people that you see that have been charged with foreign interference, but we don't see any Iranian name in Canada that have been pursued by Department of Justice. Recently, there was a person, Salman Samani. He was the Deputy Minister of Interior Affairs in Iran at the time of blood in November in 2019. 1,500 people got massacred in the streets of Iran. And this person came to Canada and obtained a visa. And he was here fortunately, the Canadian government, they found him, but now they're deporting him instead of putting him on a trial for crimes against humanity. This is what the families of the victims have asked for several months, and our association is supporting too. When they see there's no consequences, I mean, the community doesn't feel safe, and they're worried. And when these names that I mentioned, when these terrible people are here in this country, and when they see that some organizations are very active, that's why the community doesn't feel safe to participate in lots of activities.
Thank you very much. We'll now turn to our next panelist, Mr. Yuri Novodvorsky. Mr. Novodvorsky, would you please describe your community or communities?
Bonjour and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. My name is Yuri Novodvorsky, and I'm here to represent the RCDA, the Russian-Canadian Democratic Alliance. I was born in Russia, but for the past several decades have lived first in the US and now as a permanent resident in Canada. I have been opposed to the Russian regime for many years, but only became involved in activism in 2022 following the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And in September 2022, we connected with other Russian activists across Canada in different cities to create the RCDA, an organization based on the values of democracy, human rights, anti-imperialism, and in particular, opposition to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I'd like to thank the Commission for giving me an opportunity to appear here and allowing our organization to participate in this step of the inquiry. So to describe our community, it is very multifaceted. People have come over from Russia to Canada at different stages of their life, some of them coming as economic migrants, some of them as refugees, students, work visas, people who work in different professions, including information technology, entrepreneurs, medical professionals of many different religions, and also many different geographic origins. People who, of course, come from the major cities of Moscow, St. Petersburg, but also I have met people at events who are from Siberia, from the Far East, who themselves are from or who have relatives from the ethnic republics that make up the Russian Federation. And this expands into also people having very different opinions across the political spectrum. We have people, members who have been opposed to the Russian regime for years or even decades. Some people who only began to realize the extent of atrocities committed by the Russian government after they came to Canada and were exposed to different sources of media. And unfortunately, of course, there are still some people who support Putin and his regime. When we organize our events, we try to make them as open as possible to reach as wide an audience of Russian Canadians as possible. We have letter writing events to political prisoners in Russia, events and fundraisers to support Ukraine, and many events that are focused on supporting dissidents in Russia, the LGBTQ movement, and other politically repressed groups, as well as other cultural events that correspond to our values. One of the key points we'd like to emphasize is that in its propaganda, Putin's regime tries to emphasize that Russian society is a monolith, supporting the politics of the Russian government, the atrocities it is committing, and that is not true. With all the conversations we have, we see that Russians have many different opinions, Russian Canadians especially, and they are not always able to voice these opinions because they fear retribution, or because after decades of being exposed to Russian media, they have retreated into a sort of political apathy or unwillingness to voice their opinions. And this is one of the obstacles that we seek to overcome. Even with people who support Putin's politics, very often this is not active support. It could be the result of somebody immigrating to Canada at a later stage in life, and they remain surrounded by Russian news, and so they are not aware that any sort of alternative organizations or alternative news exists that provides a different perspective from what Russian propaganda is telling them. We try to make it our goal to connect with as many Russian Canadians as possible, and our goal is to show that there's an alternative Russian position, one that is against the politics of the Russian regime.
Please describe the forms of foreign interference that your community experiences.
Thank you. So, in general, we see foreign interference happening in one of two forms. The first is disinformation and news manipulation, and the second is direct and indirect threats against members of the Russian Canadian community. Disinformation and news manipulation, partly true news stories or completely false news stories, they are generally spread over social media or Russian news platforms or alternative news media sites, but it takes different forms depending on who the target audience is, whether it's the Russian diaspora in Canada or the wider non-Russian Canadian audience.
Just a question I have to your, the best of your knowledge, is there any specific social media that are used for that, or there's many of them that are used?
So I would say that the methods of the Russian government involve spreading the message across as wide an array of communications channels as possible, meaning you can find their messaging on all social media platforms, but there are definitely some social media platforms that are targeted more, that have more channels, more fake accounts, things like that. So for the Russian diaspora, the main focus, especially for the younger population, they get a lot of their news from Telegram news channels, also YouTube channels and Russian TV over internet, especially for some of the people who are older. And for the non-Russian audience, I would say Telegram is probably less a factor. More people there would get their news from YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and now TikTok especially. So when targeting the Russian diaspora, the focus of the news manipulation is pushes either pro-Russian news stories, stories that paint the regime in a positive light, and also blame the West for any problems that exist in the world. And also, there's a focus on conspiracy theories, basically promoting false science. The purpose of these stories is to have people trust government less and put less faith into actual journalism, doctors, scientists, basically anybody who actually has area expertise, with the goal of making them more susceptible to Russian propaganda. When targeting the wider Canadian non-Russian audience, as I mentioned, the social media, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok now, the focus is on less on pushing pro-Russian news up front, and instead, first it's to prepare people and put them in a position when they are more susceptible to pro-Russian positions. The focus is generally on divisive issues, divisive Canadian issues, to undermine faith in democracy and increase political polarization. What happens then is when somebody is exposed to news sources like this, and especially coming from many different channels, it creates an atmosphere of believability where they feel that this is a common sense position, that it's coming from many different angles, because it does seem to be coming from many different accounts, but the source for all these is usually the same. It's either directly controlled by the Russian government, or it might be some marginal source that has been promoted by the Russian government. And what this does is it increases social division and dysfunction. Until recently, there have also been 2 Russian TV channels that essentially were, there was Russia Today, RT, which presented itself as partly independent from the government, and Sputnik TV, which I don't think even tried to present themselves as independent. But in both cases, they were essentially mouthpieces of the Russian regime. They were both sanctioned or banned following the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but I believe they might still be available over the internet. And the purpose of this misinformation that is targeting non-Russian Canadian audience, the focus on divisive issues, the reason why the Russian government is trying to increase social division and dysfunction is because it makes the entire society and government more dysfunctional and less able to react in terms of crisis. We saw this with some other governments when the pandemic was occurring, with COVID, and now with when it comes to Ukraine support, where instead of it being a medical issue in some governments, it became a political issue due to increased polarization, and the federal government was not able to achieve an effective response to the crisis. With aid to Ukraine, we see some governments where the majority of the population supports sending aid to Ukraine, the majority of politicians support sending aid to Ukraine. However, the government is not able to actually reach any sort of decision or action because of the increased dysfunction in the system, and this is partially a result of Russian propaganda efforts. Another reason why Russia focuses its manipulation efforts to create social dysfunction is that democratic states present an attractive alternative to the state, the regime that Putin has implemented, a criminal and corrupt regime. And when democratic states become more dysfunctional, it allows Putin and his regime to point to them and show that, well, make the case that things are not any better there, and that at least in Russia you have some semblance of stability. Finally, the other reason is that compared to authoritarian systems, democratic states are in many ways more resilient to corruption, which means that they are more difficult for Putin's regime to control. And by increasing polarization, increasing social divisions, it leads society in a direction where corruption becomes more possible. Moving to the other major form of foreign interference I mentioned, direct and indirect threats against members of the Russian community. Some of this is similar to what Dr. Hamed Esmayon mentioned with the Iranian diaspora. Some of it might work a little different, but there is a focus on harassment of relatives in Russia. Many Russians who come here, they come with families, but many of them still have parents or relatives who still live in the Russian Federation. And we've had cases where Russian activists have been identified here in Canada, and then police initiate some sort of harassment actions against their family back home. If you've ever walked by any Russian consulate in Canada, you'll see that it's surrounded by cameras, and through identification via recorded video or through following on social media, but they are able to identify people here who engage in any sort of protest action, and they're willing to put pressure on completely unrelated, relatives in Russia who are completely unrelated to any sort of protest activity. Another form we have seen of pressure is the refusal of consular services. There was a case documented in the media here in Ottawa where a protester, somebody who was engaged in activism against the Russian government, they were refused access to the consulate, which means they could not renew their documents, could not provide any forms they need from Canada. And this is a major concern to people in the Russian Canadian community, because not everybody is yet a Canadian citizen. If you are here on a work visa, student visa, even if you have PR, at some point, Canada will likely ask you for some documents from Russia, whether it's just an extension of your passport or something else. And refusal of consular services essentially puts people under the threat of potential deportation. And especially when you've been engaged in political activism, that becomes very dangerous. Another form of threat against members of the Russian Canadian community is the employment of criminal charges in Russia, which is essentially a greater degree of threat from the previous two situations I mentioned. But the laws passed in Russia allow a criminal prosecution to be opened against you if you engage in any sort of political activism abroad, but even for something as innocuous as having social media posts. And we've had cases where people who have PR in Canada are applying for citizenship, nonetheless, because they posted something on social media or engaged in some sort of activism against the Russian government, they have criminal charges laid against them, and then this becomes an additional obstacle when they attempt to gain citizenship. So it is a major threat. And an extension of this is that it makes it more dangerous to travel outside of the country. Many countries still practice extradition to Russia. For example, Turkey, which is a major transportation hub, extradites people to the Russian government, as does Thailand and some other popular tourist destinations. So that all is an additional danger if you have criminal charges against you. Finally, there's always the risk of hacking and electronic surveillance. It's well documented that the Russian government invests considerable resources into hackers and ways of accessing electronic devices. And when you engage in political activisms, this becomes an active threat. But not only members of the Russian community, this is also a potential threat for the Canadian government and for Canadian government entities. As was documented in other countries, in their investigations of Russian interference, there were cases where Russian hackers got access to political parties, which led to potentially compromising situations.
Please describe the impact that foreign interference has had on your community.
So the overall effect on the community that we see is that although many Russians are critical of Putin's regimes, they see that there are many risks to them speaking out in public about their views. And what this does, it helps Putin to maintain an image of a united and monolithic community that supports the politics of his regime, when the reality is actually quite different. We've heard often, why don't more Russians speak out against the war or participate in anti-Russian activity if if they are opposed. And this is one of those reasons, because there is a realistic fear of retribution. I've spoken to many concerned people at many of our events, and some people are very in support, some people are softly in support, but for many of them, they are aware that these threats are real. And so they always have to make that calculation of how far they are willing to go, because they are essentially putting themselves and their families at risk. Many other people retreat away from politics entirely and hide behind apathy. Some people are truly trying to segregate themselves from politics completely, but in many other cases, what we see is that years of Russian propaganda has created this feeling for many people where any sort of resistance is pointless. They feel alone. They feel like they're the only ones who have these opinions against a united Russian state. And this is the goal of many repressive governments' propaganda, to make the individual feel powerless and unable to accomplish anything of value, which is something we try to work against. But it is a difficult process to break through that propaganda. One of the focus of our activities is to connect with such people and show them that alternative organizations such as ours that value human-centered values do exist. One other question that came up as we were preparing for this public inquiry is why don't more Russian Canadians participate in government inquiries or turn to the government with any information regarding foreign interference? And it's more or less the same answer, that they see that there are substantial and clear risks to doing so, whereas there's not a clear safeguard that the Canadian government provides for those who put themselves in risk or risk losing their legal status or have some threats against their family. I and other members of the RCDA and members of our community are very grateful for the opportunity to live in Canada as part of a democratic society that emphasizes human and civil rights. One thing I'd like to bring up is that we definitely want to see efforts to limit interference by any foreign actor that can compromise the integrity of the Canadian democratic process. But what we would like ideally is a targeted and sufficient response, because in our experience from the foreign interference that we have seen, the actors are often based on foreign soil or with ties to the consulates and the embassies, not necessarily members of the general Russian-Canadian community. And the concern is that if the Commission recommends a sweeping response that adversely affects the entire Russian-Canadian community, it may be limiting its own effectiveness and, in effect, counterproductive. A heavy-handed response could impact the civil rights of all members of our community, the vast majority of whom are law-abiding Canadian residents and citizens. So we urge the Commission to recommend targeted measures that focus on the specific sources of foreign interference. Thank you.
Can you just tell me, maybe you said that, what is the size of the Russian community in Canada?
So I'm not an expert on the statistics, but from my understanding,
Just a ballpark.
there's about 500,000 people in Canada who have ties or origins with Russia, but this is over many decades. Specifically, immigrants from the Russian Federation, I believe it is around 80,000 as of the last census. However, I do believe that that number has increased at a faster pace over the last few years, as a lot more people have tried to find ways of leaving the Russian Federation and moving to Canada. Some of these people would probably not show up on censuses, as they may be here on work on student visas or PR, but those are the numbers I have.
Thank you.
We'll turn now to our third panelist, Mr. Mehmet Todi. Would you please describe your community or communities?
Thank you. Should I open this or?
I think the mic is
You have to bring it down a little.
off. You have to.
Okay.
Just.
First of all, I would like to thank for the invitation, and
No,
I
I
believe-
think.
One moment, sorry.
I think. Yeah, you have to turn it on.
It was already on, I think.
Just try it.
how about now? It is on, actually. Hello?
It's sounding a little quiet to me. I wonder if,
I don't know. Maybe we can switch.
Switch.
Okay. Okay, how about now?
It's
That's
much
fantastic.
Okay, thank you. And I believe the success of this public inquiry on foreign interference is crucial for the future of our nation. And unless we study it and figure out the loopholes and close it down, the stake of inaction will be very high for our future generation. And for that reason, I really want this commission to be successful and serve the best interest of our nation. For our community, the Uyghur Canadians from coast to coast to coast, approximately 2,500. And the latest census from Census Canada is about 1,700 people, Uyghur Canadians. At least 1,700 people identified themselves as Uyghur Canadians in 2017. As of February 2017, Chinese government confiscated all the passports from Uyghurs as part of this genocide campaign. And so we haven't seen anyone skipping from the country. And there is some international migration from some countries just like Turkey or some Central Asian countries to Canada, maybe approximately a couple hundred maximum. With the newbornness, and that 2,500 is probably the maximum. It translates as 300 to 400 families.
please describe the forms of foreign interference your community experiences.
Let me give a little profile for the Uyghur Canadians as well.
Yes, please.
And we are small, the community, but we have 13 members in Canadian Armed Forces and 7 members in the police and RCMP others, and the 23 nurses, 7 family doctors, and the 28 PhDs, 13 professors in Canadian universities, and 76 masters. So despite we are small, we are very vibrant, and we are active communities, and we are the first generation of Uyghur Canadians and trying to integrate the society at the same time, contribute to society. And in terms of interference, that is the advocacy point of Uyghur organizations since maybe 20, 25 years. Personally, my first interaction with Canadian government started in 1998, as soon as I landed in Canada. Since then, I have had more than 100 meetings and parliamentary briefings about the interference of Chinese government to our family members and the harassment and the direct phone call from Chinese state police. And I remember my first media report about this one is published in 2007. Beijing is always watching. It was published on Maclean magazine in 2007 on May 14th. And this article featured 2 incidents. One, in 2004, 7 Uyghur acrobats brought by Chinese government for a show in Canada to celebrate Chinese New Year. They defected in Canada, and so they asked help from our organization, from me. I came from all the way from Mississauga to Ottawa, just picked them up, and then immediately there was an attack from the Chinese embassy and the consulate, and somehow accused our organization, me, just for hijacking them. And so at the end, they went to press and they declared that they applied for asylum with their own will. And so that story is closed, but the attack never. And since then, the Chinese government constantly attacked. And then April 2004, I was heading to Munich, Germany, for the establishment of World Uyghur Congress. And just before, the one day prior of my departure, I was called by Chinese police from Kashgar, to my hometown. And they brought my mother and one of my brother and I put on the side, just forcing me not to go to Germany and not to participate in the foundation of World Uyghur Congress. And so this article is talking about that. And another main, the background of this article is 2006, approximately this time, the Uzbekistani government abducted Hussein Jalil, Canadian citizen of Uyghur origin, when he visited his mother-in-law in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. And within a couple of months, that gentleman was smuggled to China by Chinese government. And he eventually sentenced for life. And still we don't know he's alive or dead. But his 4 children and the wife still living in Burlington, Ontario. And I was campaigning for the release of Hussein Jalil. And this article was published within that context. At that time, Chinese agents were very active and they're just following me through various cars and visiting my home and knocking doors and with the Chinese language newspapers and the numerous statements from the consulate officials, even threats. So this was the first report about the Chinese interference or intimidation. It was 17 years ago. 17 years ago, I'm talking about 2007. And since then, just another thing, probably it highlights the interference of the Chinese government. I left my hometown in 1991. Since then, Chinese government did not allow any of my family members, including my mother, siblings, or our close relatives, did not allow any of them to apply passport just to visit me. I cannot go back. So it is also total isolation. Just for what? Just speaking up about the rights of Uyghur people and the Chinese human rights abuses, just very simple exercise of our basic freedom in Canada. And for that reason, when we say interference, and maybe many people may think that that is not the proper word, or at least it is a proper between state-to-state relationship. For example, the interference of hostile government, for example, in Canada through misinformation, disinformation campaign, or a deception, or stealing property, intellectual property, and others. But when it comes to individual level, it is about threat. It is about hijacking of your family members to force you or compel you to live within the rule of hostile regime in democratic country like in Canada, and force you to be informant and use all of the state powers just like proxies and institutions or covert agents on the ground, just like police stations, just to chase you and put pressure on you to stop of what you are doing. And so for individual level, the foreign interference is totally different. And for that reason, just I would like to highlight that one. And when we say the individual level, it is about travel ban. For example, I cannot travel to Turkey because of Chinese pressure. The Turkish government put a travel ban on me. Otherwise, I don't have any criminal record, anything in Turkey. I cannot go to Central Asia because of the Chinese government's pressure, and some the Middle Eastern countries where the China has developed very strong relationship. And it is smuggling of people, and it is rendition, it is repatriation when we say a foreign interference in individual level. And it is the misuse of Interpol system. Put the red notes on your name, and so you are at any time you can be arrested. It happened in our communities many, many times. And misuse of UN system, and push the UN organized institutions to provide, for example, if I go to Geneva, testify, or just to campaign work to talk about the Uyghurs issue. And the Chinese government just finds a way to get my personal information beforehand. And it happened, many UN staff also testified about that. And for that reason, the Uyghur situation is quite unique, not only in China, at the same time in Canada as well. For example, everyone is Canadian citizen, I believe, in this room, and if you apply for Chinese visa, you will be subject to different rules, different application form. And if, as a Uyghur Canadian, if I apply to visa to the Chinese embassy or consulate, I will be subjected to different formalities. And for that reason, our communities, they don't go to Chinese embassy, they don't go to Chinese consulate, because there are some troubling component of the application. And for that reason, the foreign interference could be a broader language, but if you break it down, there are a lot of components in it. Just I would like to highlight. And another form of foreign interference, which is unique for Uyghurs, it is transnational repression. Transnational repression means, I touched a little bit, including the travel ban. The many Uyghurs, the member of exiled Uyghur communities in jails in many parts of the world, including Morocco, Saudi Arabia, Turkey. They don't have any criminal record just because Chinese government wanted them repatriated back to China. And the host countries arrested them. And after the interrogation, they couldn't find anything. And so we have to use the UN system, Committee Against Torture, put pressure on those countries to stop the extradition. And so transnational repression is a very important part of the foreign interference for the Uyghur communities, and many Uyghurs cannot travel. Even with a Canadian passport, we are free to travel in some countries. And that is where, for example, the people are calling me from somewhere in Africa, Egypt. Egyptian government deported more than 37 Uyghurs just upon the Chinese request. And Thailand, it happened for Thailand, Kazakhstan, and Pakistan, and Afghanistan, and those countries, even Turkey and Tajikistan. And for that reason, transnational repression is a very big part of foreign interference when it comes to Uyghurs. I would like to highlight a couple individual stories. There's one, the lady in Vancouver, Tornasa. She's a nurse, and she was protesting in front of the Chinese consulate in Vancouver weekly basis, and she harassed by the Chinese, the consulate officials or any other, because she couldn't identify. The 3-4 times, even physically attacked in Canada. She's a Canadian citizen. And there are another gentleman, and in Edmonton, his physician wrote a letter to the Minister of Immigration and Public Safety a year ago. And he was about to die. And the Chinese government isolated his own daughter for 20 years without giving a passport or without responding to the correspondence from Canadian immigration. And at the end, that physician wrote to both the Minister of Immigration and the Minister of Public Safety, at the same time forward that letter to Chinese embassy as well, just asking them in humanitarian basis, just allow his daughter just to travel to Canada to say goodbye before his final minutes. And the Chinese government did not respond, and that father, without seeing his daughter, just died a couple of months ago in Edmonton. And so there are a lot of personal tragic stories like this. And so the situation of Uyghurs, and some of them already highlighted in our report, intended unending. It should be attached to the paper submitted to the Commission. And there are individual testimonies, and most of them the Uyghur Canadians, and the story of harassment, intimidation, and the threat. And not only, it is not only for my personal experience, many Uyghur Canadians are experiencing the same thing. Just before any major campaign the items we launch, or before finalizing any campaign items, for example, just before the parliamentary hearing, just some disturbing messages all the time I receive, somewhere from the cities in China, with ugly content. And I think it is also in the report. The last year, the January 16th, the early in the morning, just as soon as I got my office in Ottawa, and I received a phone call. The phone number looked like it looks like the Hong Kong number, not the Chinese mainland Chinese number. So I picked up the number, the phone, and it was Chinese State Police, and they put my mother's brother or my cousin on the side of the phone. It was just a week away for the parliamentary vote on the M62 motion for the resettlement of 10,000 Uyghur refugees. And just openly saying that my mother was dead and the two sisters were dead. And I asked, how about my brothers and their spouses and the children that we don't know, that sending me a message. And later on, I confirmed it through a third party that my mother was dead in a concentration camp at the age of 76. But still, I don't know when. Even she has in a grave. Which date, what time, which year even, I don't know. And how about my two sisters, I don't know when, exactly which date they were killed. And so basically, sending that kind of message and implying me that this is the cost you have to pay if you continue to advocate. And so the cost for the advocacy here in Canada, it is really high for some communities. It is unfortunate. And also, there's a lack of protection in Canada as well. And just the most disturbing thing is we wanted to have a legal summit in last year from July 3rd to July 6th in Alma, Quebec, a small town, lovely town, with legal professionals. And July 2nd in the evening in Montreal, we dined at one Uyghur restaurant. And after we finished, we were heading to hotel. And I invited one official from Global Affairs to the dinner, and he was there. As soon as I left, within 2-3 minutes, I received a call. And that official from Global Affairs told me that, Mohammed, your 2 cars are following you, be careful. And so I made some sharp turns, and I got my hotel, and I immediately called back. And he said that he tried to intervene. And those 2 cars, the license plates are covered, and so just one person could not catch up to, and basically they escaped. It is happening here in Canada, in Montreal, not in somewhere else. The people are watching you, following you. It happened in 2006 when I campaigned for the release of Hussein Jalal, 3 SUVs, I didn't notice, and my neighbors reminded me, do you know those cars? Whenever you come, they will come. Whenever you leave, they are leaving, just behind you. And then I called some security department, just asked help. I don't know who they are, but I really afraid about my safety. And a couple days disappeared. And so now more than ever, and we are seeing reports that the Chinese military members with fake ID just coming to Canada and living with us, and police stations. We identified, actually, the one human rights organization, Spain, identified number of them in Montreal and Toronto and others. We don't know how many. We don't know how many are walking on the street right now with us together. And so this is real danger. And in 2018, when I visited Italy, in Rome, I saw the Chinese police with the uniform. I scared. And now we are reading the news that there are a number of police stations in Canada. And so the function of those police stations is not here just to go to party. And they collect information, they monitor your schedule, and they send that information to the public safety in China, and they coordinate together. And them in China reach out to your families, family members, and take hostage of your family members and force you to do something against your will here in Canada. And they work in coordination, and they are a piece of the whole integral part of the government body. There are a number of names they are being called, United Front and community organizations, or the provincial organizations. But if you dig deep, their function, basically on the name of providing service for the Chinese communities, just getting some information, extracting information, spying, a collection of intelligence. So it is really the important issue that has not been touched in Canada since long, since 2000. And for that reason, it is really important for this commission just dig deep, just to find out the loopholes in the system. If you have any faulty line in our system, just to close it down for the safety and the security of the Canadians in future.
You touched on this topic in your previous answer, but would you please describe the impact that foreign interference has had on your community here in Canada?
Okay, it is really tough. And last summer, I traveled some provinces and the cities, and I visited our community members because I have been going through the same tough situation. Just imagine you have some joyful event in your family. You cannot share that event with your family members back home. You cannot send text to them. You cannot call them. And you cannot share photos, and all communications are cut off. And it is the same situation for all Uyghur Canadians all across the country. They don't know even their family members alive or dead because Chinese government just blocked the whole communication. And using their own what is called in China the 50-cent party, or special trained propagandist, just to send the propaganda about how Uyghurs are happy, this and that. But in reality, none of them can freely communicate with their family members because since 2017, Chinese government arrested. If anyone back home has any history of communicating with people abroad or visiting certain countries, just that became the reason for detention and for internment in concentration camps. And so many people disconnected from their loved ones here and abroad or Canada, and many Uyghur Canadians afraid to call them, just in fear that they may give them a trouble. And so basically, the Uyghur Canadians live in total darkness without getting any information about their family members, whether they're alive, and also family unification. And some of them sponsored their family members to come to Canada. And the Chinese government refused to issue a passport, or sometimes when they receive any correspondence from our embassy in Beijing, they cannot go to Beijing. Or there is a certain time window for applicants to fulfill certain procedures, And it is not that easy because of that environment, the police state, and in the midst of active genocide. And for that reason, this impact is huge on the community, and they developed kind of, all of them, they have the same problem, just stress and kind of depression and low productivity and some uncomfortable situation, families as well, and they lost the joy in the family, and they lost that kind of family environment, and they lost the connection from their back home. And usually we, the Uyghurs, are family-loving people, and we count our previous ancestors, and we connect through, even someone died, we weekly basis, we used to visit the cemetery and tell a younger generation, here's your grandma, here's your grandfather, and the name. The connection was established through that culture. But now the Chinese government also destroyed all cemeteries and the cultural and the religious shrines and the sites, and the people lost that connection as well. And so here in Canada, we double lost that connection. And for that reason, we are trying to survive. The Uyghur Canadians are trying to survive, and I'm truly grateful our communities, despite this tough situation they are going through. Solidarity and help among them is really, that spirit is really high, and we just come together on a weekly basis and share the pain and the console went to another. We became just like family members, and there's no city boundaries, and we have social media groups, and we chat, and we establish online school for our kids to learn our the tradition and the mother tongue Uyghur language, and we try to recover all the books and the histories that Chinese government destroyed and burned, and so. As the generation passing through a critical moment, we try to connect our past to future in Canada and elsewhere. That is, despite this kind of heavy physical and mental situation.
I have a question for you, Mr. Dutty. You mentioned that you have been threatened on actually many occasions, I understand. Do I have to understand that you reported these threats to some authorities?
Yeah.
Yeah. And can you tell us a bit about the support you have received, if any, from these authorities? It's not necessary to identify the authorities, just to give us a bit of...
Okay, so that is, just when we report, we expect something could come out after the report, and there should be some mechanism in the government when they receive that kind of serious threat for someone. There is some mechanism which is triggered to action, but we don't have in Canada. And just a very, the sad example is just 2 years ago, we had a hearing with CBSA. We had a lawsuit against CBSA. The Uyghur Rights Advocacy Project was the intervener, and we thought the CBSA did not fulfill its jurisdictional duty, not stopping the imports made by the use of Uyghur forced labor. And so just right before the hearing, or just after the hearing started, both my phone and my legal counsel's phone hacked right at that time. We couldn't use. And at that time, my legal counsel, she's sitting there, after she said, okay, it happened the same for my phone. And so she said, okay, I'm going to report the police and I'm going to go there, go here. I said, just you can go, it is a waste of time. And I have gone through numerous times about, and we don't get any result. And it turned out to be the same situation. And my legal counsel spent a lot of time and energy trying to get an answer. And similarly, a year ago, I think, JIAS, one Jewish organization, they want to have a fundraiser to sponsor 6 Uyghur refugees come to Canada. Just as soon as that fundraising event started, and there is an intervention by the third party, and inserted just pornography to that webinar. So that fundraising didn't happen. The small to big, people are very focused to disrupt the normal activities. And you may think, what is the big deal of fundraising? Yes, it is not a big deal, but for some people, it is a big deal. And as we work with the government, IRCC and Global Affairs to resettle the 10,000 Uyghur refugees, the Chinese government is sending delegation to a number of countries where Uyghur refugees reside. And initially, our government officials did not understand why the Chinese government is so busy. Just so those Uyghur refugees in third countries, and we are helping them to resettle in Canada, nothing to do with China. Yeah, that is the normal thinking, but for Chinese government, it is not the normal thinking. That for Chinese government, they would like to keep the Uyghurs in those countries where they have a full control over. They don't want those Uyghurs to come to democratic societies and receive education, and after 10 years and 20 years, to confront the Chinese government on the international arena. And so if those Uyghur refugees live in Turkey and some other places, the maximum, if they do well, maybe they can open one shop or restaurant or do some small business. That's it. But Chinese government is much better than they coming to Canada and receiving the higher education and becoming a professional, establishing a professional career that can be challenging for Chinese government in future. And for that reason, Chinese government starts to intervene and put pressure on those countries just to stop the exit of the Uyghur refugees. And it happened in Kazakhstan, and the global affairs and the immigration had to wait for 2 years just work, just to get one family out. Because of the Chinese pressure, otherwise that family has nothing to do. And those family members received UN-mandated refugee status. And Kazakhstan, by law, obligated to assist them to resettle in third countries. But because of Chinese pressure, they blocked the exit. And so this is what it means when we call foreign interference. Just it touches your life. It touches your safety. It touches your security. It touches your family comfort. It touches your career. It touches your future. You don't get sleep. And you don't know what kind of bad news you are receiving when you wake up tomorrow morning. And so this is the exact situation of Uyghur Canadians right now.
Thank you.
Madam Commissioner, I wonder if now would be an appropriate time for an afternoon break.
Yes, it's 2:20, so we'll take a 20 minutes break. So we'll be back at 2:40.
Order all rise. The commission is now in recess until 2:30, or actually 2:40. La séance est en pause jusqu'à 2h30.
These are the land.
Foreign Interference Commission will commence shortly. Please take your seats. La Commission sur l'ingérence étrangère commencera sous peu. Veuillez prendre vos places. Order, please. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît. The sitting of the Foreign Interference Commission is back in session. Cette séance de la Commission sur l'ingérence étrangère a repris.
Before we turn to our fourth panelist, I just wanted to follow up with you, Mr. Toti. We went for break in the middle of your answer, I think. Was there anything that you wanted to add before we move on to Ms. Wollensack?
Let me use this one. Is that working? Okay. The last thing I would like to add is I would like to talk a little bit about the 2021 federal election. And when election decision was announced, and as an organization, we developed a number of policy action items and distributed that to all political parties. And we have received response from Conservative Party and NDP. And also we made a little pamphlet, a brochure kind of, and we distributed to all community members and supporters all across the country. And we asked them, okay, if someone knocks your door, and these are the 5 items you ask those candidates whether they support. And so at the end, to make the long story short, the Conservative Party adopted 4 of our policy action items in their election platform and made public. That is one of the important reasons the Chinese government went mad about it. The increased campaign against Conservative Party. And December 15th, 2022, I had a conference in McGill University. I shared the stage with Honorable Aaron O'Toole. And I shared some of my personal thoughts how the Chinese government interfered the 2021 election. And so the number of the policy items we proposed and adopted by the Conservative Party of Canada in the election platform, just I believe one is the acknowledgement of Uyghur genocide, because Parliament voted and acknowledged unanimously, but the government of Canada did not. And so we want the Conservative Party, if they win the election, just as a government, acknowledged the atrocity crimes that Chinese government is committing against Uyghurs as a genocide. And the second, there was a discussion at the US Congress to pass a specific legislation called Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. And we want the Canadian government or a parliament to pass the similar legislation, and we call it Uyghur Forced Labor Prohibition Act. It was one of the policy items we proposed and the Conservative Party adopted. And the third one is, there are 2, the Parliamentary Committee report. One is Subcommittee of International Human Rights and the Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs. Both committees adopted a number of policy recommendations when they issued the report on Uyghur genocide to the government. The common element of that report was to create a special refugee stream to help those Uyghur refugees stranded in unsafe third countries and help them to settle in Canada. So number 3, our policy item that adopted by the Conservative Party was to help the Uyghur refugees. And the 4th one is the divestment, because Canada Pension Plan has investment in China and on Chinese companies, either directly or indirectly tied up with the Uyghur forced labor or a supply chain, or directly or indirectly tied up with the, what is called as integrated joint operational platform, IJOP system. The Chinese government created a system to basically, from all street cameras or all surveillance devices. Whenever the number of Chinese high-tech companies also developed the facial recognition technology for Uyghurs, and they received a patent. Huawei is one, Dahua is one, Hikvision, Alibaba, SenseTime, a number of them. They received a patent just to identify the Uyghurs wherever they are seen on the street, and they trigger a police alarm within 15 seconds. Just allow police come to the right spot to arrest them. And Human Rights Watch called it integrated joint operational platform. So all data will be centralized in the platform, and then compare with the personal ID of that individual, and just to create the profile of that person. There's a score system in China, especially for Uyghurs, as you know, and then just immediate arrest happens right after that. That system is called iJob system. So Dahua, Huawei, Hikvision, Alibaba, SenseTime, Hytera, all of them part of that system. And our Canada Pension Plan Investment Board invested on those companies. And so I'm a pension contributor. I don't want to receive my pension from the money Canada Pension Plan made through those companies when they are actively engaging or involving or benefiting from Uyghur forced labor, surveillance, or genocide. And for that reason, that was one of our campaign items. And the Conservative Party of Canada adopted that campaign as well to their election platform. And the last, the one was about foreign agent registry. It was important for Canada to identify the foreign agents or agents who are receiving money from foreign hostile governments and working for the interests of those governments. At least we should know. And for that reason, that was one of the campaign items, and the Conservative Party of Canada adopted. And after that, and we have seen the increasing level of attack against Conservative Party, and from time to time, I exchanged with the former leader, Conservative Party leader Aaron O'Toole, and Michael Chong, and a number of other Conservative colleagues who are members of Parliamentary Uyghur Friendship Group. So there are the two election debates. The one is French, one is in English. If you look back, the Aaron O'Toole, during the election, the debate on TV, they mentioned the Uyghur genocide and tried to squeeze Right Honorable Justin Trudeau on the debate, saying that he did not acknowledge the Uyghur genocide and he didn't do anything in that regard. And so election is over. Within 2-3 weeks, I guess, I'm not going to name that MP because it was our private conversation. I was called by one of the very important MP, and they said, okay, there is an internal review process that will start just to figure out what is the issue, why we lost the election. We may not be that much vocal on number of issues because the initial level, we are thinking that we failed to communicate with the Chinese Canadians. And some of our messages regarded the tough. And for that reason, we support the human rights and we understand the situation of Uyghurs. And so during that conversation, I told this is the wrong message. This is the wrong message to China. And this is the wrong message to other political parties as well. And if you take this stand, then the message will be clear to other political parties. If you talk about China, there will be a consequence, you lose election. So all political parties tend to follow the same thing. And secondly, this is kind of exactly what the Chinese government wants. This is not the right policy. So that is the end of the conversation. And recently, again, with the same MP, I exchanged it a number of times, and I said, okay, you should have stick on your point, highlighted on the election platform. Now, you see, in whole Canada, this is part of our national conversation, and we are talking about the same issues. And somehow you stepped back. That was not a good message. And so I believe the Chinese government was not happy about the Conservative Party that adopted the number of our policy recommendations in their election platform, including the acknowledgement of Uyghur genocide and promising to pass the Uyghur Forced Labor Prohibition Act and do something about the divestment of Canada Pension Plan and university endowment fund, the pension, the fund. We have a number of universities. We identified nearly 115 or $119 million investment from McGill University invested in Chinese companies tied up with genocide. We issued a report. And so there are some other universities are doing the same. And we have the Clean University initiatives and a number of university students to working on it just to expose their investment portfolio. And the Canada Pension Plan is the biggest, and the provincial and the federal pension plan is the biggest. And so we just including that recommendation in the election platform, the Conservative Party of Canada could cause some sort of retaliation from China, and that's my belief. And also, if you look at the change of tone in the Conservative Party, for example, if you look back the Aaron O'Toole and the old question period, Aaron O'Toole at least confronted with the Prime Minister at least 10 times, I know, during the question period, to ask a question about Uyghur genocide and the government response to that. With the new leader of Conservative Party, I met twice, and I frequently meet with the deputy leaders of the Conservative Party all the time. They offer support, but if you look at the specific performance at the question period, and the new leader of the Conservative Party has yet to mention Uyghur genocide in the parliament, in compare to Aaron O'Toole. And so you can see that difference. And as a person advocated for this cause, as a person dealing with the high-level individuals from both parties, and especially prior to the 2021 election and after 2021 election, prior or after the election, let me say like this. And if I look at their performance and their talking point and the issue that they are raising in the question period, and it is different. That is just because of the internal review report after the election within the Conservative Party and the removal, I say removal of the Aaron O'Toole from the leadership position. And that is all something to do with the adoption of the 5 points, the policy recommendation we offered. And that is what I believe, and I shared my thoughts with Aaron O'Toole a number of times. We exchanged it. He's a responsible person, and he did not tell me exactly what he thinks, but at least he knows. And so I hope that he will explain more during this inquiry. Thank you.
We'll turn now to our next panelist, Ms. Grace Dye Wollensack. Ms. Wollensack, let's start by making sure that you've got access to a microphone so we can hear what you have to say. Wonderful. Would you please start by describing your community or communities?
Okay. Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Grace Wollensack. I'm a National Director of the Falun Dafa Association of Canada. Yeah, I'd like to thank you for the Public Inquiry Commissions for organizing this panel. It's really crucial and important, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. So about our Falun Gong community, I'd like to start off by introducing Falun Gong, also called the Falun Dafa, as it probably is new to many people. Falun Gong is a peaceful spiritual practice rooted in the Buddhist tradition. It consists of 5 meditative exercises and moral teachings centered on the principles of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. Falun Gong emphasizes morality and the cultivation of virtue. Falun Gong was introduced to the public in 1992 in China and quickly gained popularity due to its powerful effectiveness in helping people improving their physical and mental well-being and spiritual elevation, with the number of participants growing to between 70 million to 100 million by 1999. The Chinese government praised and awarded Falun Gong for its health benefits and moral teachings before the persecution began. A high-ranking Chinese official once stated that Falun Gong could save billions of yuan, the Chinese dollars, on health care cost in China each year. Falun Gong is open to everyone with no membership enrollment. People can come and go at their will. It is a way of life. Learning and practicing Falun Gong is free of charge. There's no clergy and no temples. All relevant materials and information, including audio, video, and books, are available with translation of 50 languages on the internet to the public at no cost. And all community events and activities are organized and run by volunteers. Today, Falun Gong is practiced by people of all ages and all walks of life with different ethnicities in over 100 countries, including Canada. The Falun Gong community hosts events mostly in public spaces in various cities across Canada. Since COVID-19 pandemic, some activities have gone online. In Canada, our community include the people from different ethnic groups like Chinese, Iranians, Vietnamese, Korean, and local Canadian communities from different professions, just as normal society members. So anybody can start learning Falun Gong by visiting the website of learningfalungong.org. Each year, thousands of people in Canada attend the free online classes. We don't have, because of no membership enrollment, so we don't know the exact number of people who practice. And so maybe 1,000 or 10,000, that's a big range. So China's campaign to eradicate Falun Gong. In July 1999, the Chinese Communist Party launched a nationwide eradication campaign against Falun Gong in an extrajudicial manner. Large-scale arrests, detentions, and imprisonment, accompanied by brutal tortures and inhuman treatment, were reported by human rights organizations like Freedom House, Amnesty International. The persecution is considered one of the worst human rights violations since Cultural Revolution in China. The practitioners have experienced with over 100 torture methods, including electric shock, rape and sexual abuse, sleep, food, toilet deprivation, being exposed to extreme cold or heat, and being forcibly sent to psychiatric hospitals, where they are injected with unknown psychiatric substance. Each day, 16 to 20 hours of forced labor in extreme poor hygienic conditions, some in toxic environment without protection. Mass killings and large-scale forced organ harvesting have been happening over 2 decades, supported by the evidence from China Tribunal and other credible sources. Forced disappearance and displacement, harassment and surveillance, and social exclusion and discrimination are other widespread phenomena experienced by Falun Gong practitioners in China. So millions of families have been torn apart. The state orchestrated systematic human rights violations constitutes crimes against humanity and potentially genocide. The CCP also waged a mass hate propaganda and harmful disinformation campaign demonized Falun Gong and its practitioners, with thousands of state-controlled media outlets and internet in China to incite the hate and justify the persecution. So most frequent asked question is why are Falun Gong being persecuted in China? So there are four key reasons. Falun Gong's massive popularity and rapid growth, outnumbering CCP members, which is about 60 million at the time of the persecution started. Second, completely independent of the Chinese government control. The Chinese government want to set up a Communist Party branch in Falun Gong and also charge fees, which got rejected, and so they were not happy. The Falun Gong's guiding principles incompatible with the communist atheist ideology. Number four, former CCP leader Jiang Zemin's jealousy and political motivation also played a large role. Jiang willed Falun Gong as a threat to his power, while Falun Gong has no political pursuit. It's spiritual.
Thank you. Would you please describe the forms of foreign interference that your community experiences?
Okay, yeah. So the persecution has not only been confined in China, but also been extended worldwide, including Canada. There are well-documented directives from the CCP top leaders to extend the persecution of Falun Gong beyond China. The objective is to stifle and marginalize Falun Gong adherents and impede human rights advocacy. The Falun Gong community in Canada advocates against the CCP's persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in China, Canada, and elsewhere in the world. The community's efforts in Canada, including combating disinformation about Falun Gong and increasing awareness of the CCP's crimes against humanity. This is achieved through outreach and truth clarification activities. For example, displaying banners, boards in public places, distribute flyers, collect petitions, protest at the Chinese embassies and consulates, art performance by Shen Yun and other initiatives, and also through seeking the support of politicians and government. In the course of this carrying out of these advocacies, the Canadian Falun Gong community has witnessed and experienced extensive foreign interference and repression in the past 2 decades by the Chinese Communist regime. So recently, Falun Dafa Association issued a report with 130 pages, documented this 20-some years of foreign interference with over 90 examples and cases to show. Actually, that's just the tips of iceberg. What we have experienced is so much, and in the wide range of spectrum of their tactics and the strategies, like used upon in this persecution in overseas. So, yes. So, like this report covers the tactics used by the CCP's influence Canadian elected officials and the different sectors of society to marginalize or suppress public support of Falun Gong. The tactics include political infiltration, manipulation, intimidation, hate incitement, disinformation, assault, harassment, cyber attack, and surveillance. They are used not only by the Chinese embassy and the consulates, but also by the CCP agents and proxies on Canadian soil. The United Front Work Department, the Communist Party's primary tool for foreign interference, plays a key role in spreading CCP influence in Canada. The report also documents CCP's interference towards Canadian communities, business, festivals, and other art and cultural events, etc., to exclude the Falun Gong community from participation. The campaign of coercion and manipulation harms Canadians' interests and erodes Canadian values as well. We also experience persistent physical and verbal assault and harassment, surveillance, cyber attacks against Falun Gong practitioners in the public space, and the continued systematic control of the Chinese community, media, and the digital space in Canada to promote the CCP's narratives and silence the voice of the Falun Gong community. So I'm going to elaborate more about the hate propaganda and dissemination in Canada. The PRC seeks to interfere with Falun Gong and those practicing it in Canada by demonizing them through the spread of hateful disinformation about Falun Gong and its practitioners within the Chinese Canadian community via Chinese language media, internet, and otherwise to the Canadian public more broadly and to elected political representatives. Over the 25 years, hate propaganda against Falun Gong was disseminated in Canada by the following ways. One, the Chinese embassy and consulate via anti-Falun Gong displays, rallies, websites, and the dissemination of propaganda material to Chinese media and to all levels of Canadian government officials, as well as Canadian media outlets. Second, the vast majority of Chinese Canadian media and social media are controlled by the CCP to replicate anti-Falun Gong articles and information in Canada, including the local community papers across Canada and also international major daily newspapers like Xingdao and Mingbao. The court documents revealed that a Montreal-based Chinese newspaper was founded by the 16th office in China to produce anti-Falun Gong leaflets for distribution across Canada. The 16th office is the extrajudicial body that is responsible for the persecution of Falun Gong and other dissident groups in China. Number 4, CCP controlled WeChat, like Weixin, and the local Chinese social media platform tightly monitor chats and delete any any positive postings related to Falun Gong while allow anti-Falun Gong posts to stay. My personal experience that because if I post anything, that not only the post will be deleted, my account would be also be removed and my IP be blocked for many years, and it's very severe. Also in all across Canada, the Chinese platform. The CCP deploys internet police or 50 cents party, those paid commentators, to reproduce anti-Falun Gong views and post the CCP's narratives consistently and widely and in every internet, 24 hours, 7 days per week. Some pro-CCP Chinese leaders, reporters, and publishers were invited to attend briefing meetings at the Chinese embassy and the consulate, and also in mainland China. It was reported by the National Post that the Chinese ambassador visited their office to distribute anti-Falun Gong materials, and they also pressured the CBC not to air a documentary on the topics of the persecution of Falun Gong and the forced organ harvesting. Many of the, probably no exception, that the Western media here in Canada reports often quoted the CCP's slanderous word cult in their reports related to Falun Gong, which lent a hand to the CCP in its defamation campaign. So after we protest and clarify these issues to the media, and it's getting better, But at the beginning, like they all quoted that slanderous words. And that's also, I think, helping to spread the hate. So next, it's about physical and verbal assault. Instances of rampant harassment and assault have been persistent in different cities over the years, including a practitioner held at gunpoint during a protest at the Chinese consulate in Vancouver. Another example, a Toronto practitioner who was outspoken because her brother-in-law was tortured to death in China and her sister disappeared for many years. And she was threatened by a stranger who knocked at their home door and threatened to take their kids away. On another occasion, her car window was smashed and her balcony was spread by human excretions all over the balcony. And there's many instances of practitioners got assaulted while they are on the public place at the Toronto City Hall and at the provincial Queen's Park and all like the CN Tower, because that's the place that usually we raise awareness, like collect signatures, tell people what's going on in China, the persecution, and tell the Chinese people don't believe the lies. But like this activity has been monitored, and there's monitoring, surveillance, and the intimidation has been also going on. Practitioners raising awareness in public places are subjected to constant monitoring through being photographed, videotaped, and receiving intimidation phone calls. Interference with family members in mainland China persists. For example, a man followed a female practitioner to her home and stopped her to tell her that he knew her name and her father's name and home address in China, and demanded her stop from going to the Chinese consulate to protest. Many practitioners have experienced similar threats. Basically, all the practitioners who join these public activities, they are blacklisted. And so, subsequently, they denied passport, denied visa, or like even they visit their families, they got arrested at the border. So, like at the beginning years of the persecution, so now we stopped going to China. So, like over 20-some years, many of our community members have never seen their families be able to visit China. And also the digital and cyber attacks. Falun Gong practitioners not only being compromised of their online presence, they also face the cyber threats directly from China, including attacks on Falun Gong websites, email viruses spread all over the place, and hacking over the 24 years. So that's the consequence, like we lost the data, important files, that disrupt our work and advocacy work. And also now come to the important aspect of the interference is the political interference. I think the PRC's efforts to spread hateful disinformation to elected political representatives include providing such disinformation to politicians in all levels of government, impersonating members of the Chinese community, and sending politician messages that echo or repeat inaccurate and harmful disinformation about Falun Gong, often insulting and threatening, and impersonating Falun Gong practitioners and sending messages to politicians designed to make the PRC's disinformation about Falun Gong appear credible. Tracking the IP address of some of those emails showed that they originated in China, and it's a global phenomenon highlighting the involvement of the communist regime. Identical or similar emails have been sent to politicians in various other countries, including the United States, Australia, New Zealand, and beyond. the hate campaign have become more active in the past of the election and of the politicians send supporting letters to the community. This effort have led certain politicians to refrain from supporting or interacting with the Canadian Falun Gong community without knowing that's hate campaigns behind it to manipulate them. So, for example, there's a bogus email by an individual claimed to be a colleague of Miss Grace, referring me to an unknown number of elected MPs after 2015 election. And shortly after, I ran into this MP in the event, and after introduction, and she heard my name, Grace, and Falun Gong, she immediately became upset. And because she said she received aggressive and rude emails from Falun Gong and Grace. And after I clarified with her the situation, that is CCP's plot to sow discord. And she understood, and then she forwarded me the emails that she received from the CCP agent and the email chains, and it was really rude and offensive. And so, like, we have documented many such emails in our report. They sent such fake emails to MPs, to the MPPs, to the city councillors, to also the theater managers, and all levels, and around and around. And so we have been trying to clarify this, but we have limited resource to be effective. And so this impersonation emails were effective as a method of disinformation. There's another example of the political interference. So our practitioners have been holding daily visuals protests in front of Chinese embassies and consulates in all the cities, like in Toronto, Ottawa, Vancouver, and Montreal, daily since more than 20 years. And the Chinese government is really annoyed, and they try to get rid of us from the practicing side. So they pressured the different cities, also cities, to try to remove us. And so there were incidents happened in cities like Ottawa and Vancouver, attempted to restrict our daily protest set in front of the embassy and the consulate. So upon the CCP's influence and demand, the Vancouver mayor in 2011 ordered the removal of Falun Gong 24-hour protest site outside the Chinese consulate in the city. The site had been there for a decade by that time. It's sad. I so feel sad to see this. Because similar things happened in Ottawa. In early 2000, one day I received the permit in front of Chinese embassy. They put the restrictions, like we are not allowed to hold big banners that is visible from far. We were restricted with a small banners this board this size, and has to be handheld. I was really puzzled why they put this in. After years of we were in front of Chinese embassy without any incident, without anybody complain. And so why they restrict us? I talked to the permit office. They said it's not my decision because we received the complaint. I said, if the complaint from Chinese embassy, that should not be valid. That's not a legitimate request or complaint. But if there's any legitimate complaint, you should forward to us. We will improve, what's the issue is. We can address the issue. And so, he said, he got this from his superior. So I had to talk to the city officers and the policemen and all like city councilors, and many of the people tried to ask them to give me explanation. And also eventually I talked to the city lawyer, and I said, like, why you put this, like they use a bylaw to restrict us. I said, why you have to use a bylaw? You have to go that far to restrict us. You are not using the law in a good faith, because you are supposed to, the bylaw is supposed to maintain a good order and for good service of the public. But you are restricting the freedom of expression in Canada in assisting of the Chinese Communist Party while we are calling for the end of the killing. And so what you are doing here? So we send an appeal to the city council and to the transportation committee. Fortunately, they unanimously passed the motion to remove the restrictions on this. But we did not have to go through this. We did not have to face this. And that's just an example of the foreign interference of the Chinese government to our local authorities. Sorry for being emotional, because we have gone through many of these things that we don't have to. Yeah, the same like in Vancouver, they had to bring to the court in order to remove our display board, which is calling for the stop of the killing. You know, this happened after, you know, the free trip to China, the Vancouver mayor, free trip to China, and was treated like emperor. And he came back and ordered to remove of the board. And this was the campaign by the Chinese consulate that has been documented, reported by the media, and many evidence showed that. This is a corruption of our politicians with, as a consequence of the foreign interference. Okay, so then the next example, there's RCMP actually one day contacted me after some MPs felt offended and made a complaint about the emails they received. And after I clarified to the RCMP officers, 2 of them, and they understood what's going on, I said, this is the systematic attack orchestrated by the CCP agents or CCP themselves, you know, try to discredit the Falun Gong practitioners to our politicians. And so when I asked them to help to stop this campaign, an RCMP officer said that they were tasked to protect the parliamentarians and suggest that we took to other routes for help. So actually, I reported to the police, Ottawa police, RCMP, CSIS, and Ministers of Public Affairs, and also talked to our global affairs over the years, raised all these issues, but really have no idea what has been, what measures, actions has been taken. It seems nothing has been done. The PRC's efforts to interfere with Canadian politicians also include threatening or offering them the potential loss or gain of trade and business opportunities, as well as a vote from the Chinese community. For example, the city mayors withdraw the promulgation of Falun Dafa Day after trips to China. That happens, I give examples in Ottawa and Port Moody. In 2010, in May 2010, Ottawa citizen reported that the mayor of Ottawa, upon return from a business trip to China, refused to issue a promulgation to recognize Falun Dafa Day as he had done in previous years, because he said he had made a commitment. Later, we learned that he made a commitment to the Beijing mayor upon request, like during the business trip, and not promulgating Falun Dafa Day. Fortunately, the Ottawa City Council later bypassed the mayor to issue a promulgation of Falun Dafa Day in June 2010. And so like since then, like the city of Ottawa has issued every year. Another case was reported by Global News that is like stating that 7 mayors from the Vancouver area were invited on an all expenses paid trip to Beijing in 2007 by billionaire real estate developer and former People's Liberation Army officer who has official connections to the United Front Works Department. Following the trip, the then Port Moody mayor, who had proclaimed Falun Dafa Day from 2002 to 2007, ceased issuing the promulgation. According to a profile story in the People's Daily, that businessman came to Canada with the intention of using his real estate business to persuade Canadian politicians to view China more favorably. Another example, Chinese consulate in Toronto threatened the Toronto City Council not to proclaim Falun Dafa Day in Toronto by writing to all of them and threatened with the business ties and the relationships.
Ms. Wallensack, I do apologize for the interruption. I'm just mindful of the time. And I know that you have covered some of this question already in the information that you've shared so far, but I wondered if you wanted to briefly address the impact of foreign interference on your communities before we turn to our next panelist.
Okay, so can I have the last piece of the
Yes, of course. Please go ahead.
I will skip some, but the last one is important because just something happened last weekend. So like because the Chinese government also systematically tried to sabotage Shen Yun. Shen Yun is a classical Chinese dance performance company. Its mission is to restore the lost heritage destroyed by the Communist Party in China. Chinese government are afraid of Shen Yun because that's a challenger the Chinese party's legitimacy of ruling China, and with because the traditional Chinese culture is in conflict with the communist culture. So they write warning letters to politicians asking them not to attend the performance. They call or email those elected officials who attended the show to pressure them with defamation to Falun Gong and Shen Yun. A city councilor in Ottawa watched the Shen Yun show. Following the show, his office started to receive emails nonstop with offensive and rude content claiming to be from Falun Gong practitioners. With the help of technical support at the City Hall, the office managed to block the emails. Only after the counselor complained to a local practitioner, the practitioner had a chance to explain it. Such interpersonal emails pretend to be Falun Gong, also sent to a theater manager in Calgary with insulting words, and try to attempt to sabotage the relationship with the local presenters. They also threatened the local business sponsors to withdraw the sponsorship to Shen Yun. They slashed tires of Shen Yun tour bus in Canada and US, happening multiple times. In the just most recently last weekend, on Sunday, a bomb threat email was sent to the Queen Elizabeth Theatre in Vancouver while the performance was being shown in the theater. The same threatening emails were sent to the theaters in the US at the same time, showing it was deliberate and a vicious attack on Shen Yun. Only the CCP had such motive and matches with their previous behavior. Okay, yeah. So and I will move to the next, the impact to our community. I mentioned briefly earlier the impact of our community was for the threatening and the safety and the security of our members here and our family members in China with the visa denial, the passport denial, and arrest upon return to China, and etc. And the window slash, the tire slash, you know, but that's the personal experience. is on the surface, but the impact is more profound and deeper. So I give a few points here. Falun Gong practitioners in Canada have sought an end to the persecution and the crimes of humanity that are part of the ongoing eradication campaign against Falun Gong in China. In response, their efforts, actions, and in fact, their social life have been profoundly disrupted and challenged by the foreign interference and the repression carried out by Chinese diplomats and their agents and proxies in Canadian soil. Not only does the CCP's extension of the persecution of Falun Gong to Canada threaten and undermine the safety, security, and the liberty of Falun Gong practitioners seeking, the CCP's interference also adversely impact the Canadian society as a whole, creating a climate of indifference in the face of the CCP's mass killing and the torture in the PRC, and the breeding intolerance and the discrimination towards the Canadians in contradiction to well-established Canadian values. The foreign interference and the repression is multifaceted. Falun Gong practitioners face the most brutal suppression by the totalitarian communists in China. The overseas Falun Gong community has been tirelessly working to raise awareness and call for the end to the persecution, which is already itself is a challenging task. The difficulties and the challenges they face are compounded by experience of political interference, demonization, spying, bullying, and abuse perpetrated by the CCP in Canada. Support and protection have been lacking and are urgently required from Canadian institutions and government agencies. There's a limit in what the Canadian Falun Gong community can do, as the Chinese government they are up against has near unlimited resources at its disposal. Navigating the legal process is also difficult, costly, and time-consuming, as seen in the tribunal case that lasted for a decade and drained considerable resources and time. And also, CCP's continuous hate propaganda and disinformation campaign against Falun Gong has been responsible for creating indifference, apathy, and even marginalization and discrimination towards the Falun Gong community within Canadian society. The CCP's unlawful dissemination of hate speech and disinformation against Falun Gong in Canada must be addressed. In early years, anti-Falun Gong hate campaigns that the Chinese embassy and the consulate instigated and participated in were direct and visible. After the hate incitement case involving Chinese diplomats were brought under police investigation and into Canadian courts and tribunals, as well as public attention, these CCP activities became more subtle and covert, carried out more by hidden agents and proxies, which are no less alarming, damaging, and harmful. The network of these covert agents has grown and has become deeply integrated and embedded into Canadian society, creating an invisible but persuasive hand controlling Canadian communities to serve the CCP's interest. Eroding Canadian values and sovereignties, Canada must take effective and urgent measures to respond to this phenomenon before it is too late. Of particular note is this malicious email campaigns, the impersonating email campaigns. An important aspect of CCP's interference is the use of enticement, inducement, and material incentives to influence the behavior of Canadians in key positions or roles in Canadian society to act in the interest of the CCP and to align themselves with the communist regime's agenda. This enticement include free trips to China, lavish hospitality, promising or threatening the business perspectives, as well as some material incentives. The CCP's infiltration into Canada's political system and institutions is extremely concerning, as it is adversely affecting the proper functioning of the Canadian government and undermines the very ability of the Canadian institutions to address and rectify this issue itself. There is a clear pattern and organizations to the seemingly random and sporadic acts of assault and attacks perpetrated against the Falun Gong community. Canadian law enforcement and authorities need to conduct deeper investigations to unravel and address the potential systematic causes of these apparently individual cases, instead of dealing and treating those cases as isolated individual incidents, an approach likely to have limited effect. The CCP has successfully instilled fear in the minds of many, not only within the Chinese community, but also among the non-Chinese populations of the world. Many individuals and organizations fear the CCP and give credence to the CCP's threats, coercion, and retaliation, which the CCP exploits to control them. Chinese nationals fear the possibility of being barred from visiting China or having their families in China implicated if they do not comply with the CCP's demands. Business fear losing business opportunities in China, and the government fear adverse impacts on their relationship with China if they do not follow to the CCP's transgressive demands. Scholars who study China fear research opportunities or denial of visa to China. Some community event organizers fear losing sponsorship by the Chinese embassy or consulate. And the politicians fear of losing vote, even that's baseless, like they would lose votes if they support Falun Gong, but that's the rumors has been spread among the communities to the politicians, and that's the way to control and manipulate our politicians. And in a similar vein, although the CCP's interference and repression target the Falun Gong community, its measures encompasses, affects, and involves all sectors and indeed the fabric of Canadian society. The objective is to suppress voices advocating for an end to the human rights abuse in China and conceal the CCP's crimes against humanity committed against the Falun Gong. But at the same time, this coercion and manipulation campaign also harms the Canadians' interests and erodes Canadian values, which endangers this country. As such, the victims of this interference are not just the Falun Gong, but also Canadian society at large. Thank you.
We'll turn now to our next panelist, Mr. Jaskar Sandhu. Would you please describe your community or communities?
Yeah, look, the Sikh Canadian community acts as almost a beacon on the hill for other Sikh diaspora communities around the world. The community in Canada is about 1 million strong at this current juncture, and that makes it the largest concentration of Sikhs outside of Punjab, which is considerable when you also consider the fact that Sikhs in Canada make up over 2% of Canada's population. And I stress that point because as a proportion, that's greater than the Sikh population in India, which comes just around or shy of 2%. Sikhs are a part of Canada. This country is theirs. They have come here in mostly 3 waves of immigration. The first and foremost happened over 100 years ago as pioneers to this country, mostly through Western Canada. And you have communities in British Columbia, especially around the Lower Mainlands, but also in the Okanagan, as far up as Williams Lake and beyond, that have been there for many generations. You also have a sizable Sikh community that came during the 80s and 90s. And this is important to remember for the points that we'll be making later. That the 80s and 90s saw Sikhs come here as they fled persecution in India. That was the time of the Sikh genocide, when India was attacking and killing not only Sikhs, but also their institutions, and forms a large part of the Sikh diaspora that you see today. The population from the 80s and 90s settled across the country, but that is when you started seeing a lot of Sikhs settle down in places like the Greater Toronto Area, Brampton, as well as other parts of the country. The third wave, which we're probably currently going through right now, is a Sikh population that's coming via things like the point system, international students, which is a pretty large body that have added to the tapestry that is the Sikh diaspora. The Sikh community has been incredibly successful. It has established itself across many different industries, industries that are critical to the success of this country. It has made significant cultural impact. Just the other day, a Punjabi Sikh artist won a Juno Award. That again is a testament to the impact the community has culturally as a soft power emanating out of Canada. And probably most importantly for the dialogue and the conversation we're having here today, it has immense success in politics. I think we can be very frank about that. We have over a dozen MPs across party lines. Your leader of the opposition party, the NDP, comes from the Sikh community, is visibly Sikh, practices it as an Amritdhari Sikh or an initiated Sikh. You have ministers within the Liberal government, at one point 4 ministers from the Sikh community. Prime Minister Trudeau at one time famously said, "I have more ministers than the Modi government does from the Sikh community." And again, we'll touch on that a little later because that probably caused some of the backlash that we're seeing from India, but it ties into a lot of other things. The Sikh community also enjoys senior posts in the Conservative Party. For example, the deputy leader of the Conservative Party at this time is also a visible Sikh. And that also trickles down to other levels of government. Provincially, you see Sikhs succeeding in many different provincial parties. You see them succeeding at municipal politics. In fact, the mayor of Edmonton and the mayor of Calgary are both Sikhs. So the Sikh community has definitely punched above its weight politically. The other thing to remember about the community is, just like any other community, and I think this will be true of my friends here sitting alongside me, that there's a diversity of thought within the community. The Sikh community, I think, differs from other communities that hail from the Indian subcontinent in that it is ethnically homogenous. The community, like myself, is almost entirely Punjabi. There are obviously other groups, but it very much is a Punjabi Sikh community here in Canada. There is still a diversity in political opinions, on thoughts, on the news of the day, current affairs, history, just like every other community. It does not act like a monolithic on every aspect of life, but it is very much united. It is a community that mobilizes together, that works with one another, and that shares in one another's successes. And I think that's a really bright spot about the community. It's also what scares the Indian government. It's also what strikes fear in their hearts because this is a community that cares very deeply about back home, about Punjab, about India, about South Asia in general. It's a community that is tied to Punjab in the fact that a lot of them still have ancestral land and holdings in Punjab. A lot of them still have family and friends in Punjab. A lot of them still care about the politics of Punjab and of India. And most importantly for the Sikh community, have deep ties to faith. The land of Punjab is the birthplace of the Sikh faith. It is where the fountains of Sikhi that we understand and see today first blossomed. It's where Amritsar, the land that is, and watch the Harmandir Sahib, the Darbar Sahib complex, the Golden Temple exist, a site that was invaded and almost partially destroyed by the Indian government, again, as part of the 80s and 90s persecution. It is the land where the Akal Takht stands. The Akal Takht is the temporal seat of authority for the Sikh people. It's and I hate making this comparison, but it's the closest one I got, and it's the only one that seems that everyone kind of understands. It's the closest we have to, let's say, something like the Vatican or Mecca for the Muslim community. It's the center of our political existence and our spiritual existence. So obviously, Sikh Canadians, people of faith, have a deep connection to what's happening there. And I only mention this again because the diasporic community, the Sikh diasporic community, doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's very much a transnational people, very much that are still connected with their land in Punjab for a lot of different reasons, and most importantly, I would argue, faith. This is something we need to keep in mind when we talk about the community. As of today, the three largest centers of the Sikh community here in Canada are Brampton, which exists inside the Greater Toronto Area. There's also large communities in places like Mississauga and elsewhere in the GTA. There's growing communities, obviously, in Quebec, outside of Montreal. There's growing communities in Windsor and other places like that. Winnipeg has a growing community. The second largest community, though, after Brampton is in Surrey, in the Lower Mainlands, and adjoined with that, Abbotsford and Delta obviously have very large communities from the Sikh people. And then the third largest hub of Sikh population is Calgary, but there's also a sizable population at Edmonton. So this is a community that is fairly centralized and dense in their community pockets. They enjoy a lot of success in the cities and the places that they've called home, and they care deeply about what's happening in Canada, including foreign interference.
On that note, would you please describe the forms that foreign interference takes in your community?
So the one thing I really want to make clear is I appreciate and understand that this inquiry is looking at a snapshot in time. I appreciate that. I understand that the terms of reference are looking at a specific snapshot in time. But you can't talk about foreign interference and how it has impacted the Sikh community in Canada if you don't go back to the 80s, because that is when it started. The Sikh community has been facing transnational repression in clear terms since the 1980s. And you don't have to take my word for it. RAW and IB agents, what are the external and internal intelligence agencies of India, have literally written books about this, of how they, in the 1980s and onwards, have infiltrated Sikh institutions and bodies, including gurdwaras, which are our places of worship, how they have threatened and coerced actors within our community, including within spaces like ethnic media, how they have worked to not only infiltrate, but destabilize and undermine the ability of the community to mobilize. And part of that is a fear of the Sikh community gaining success in the political space, in the political theater, in electoral politics, and the hallways of power. The foreign interference story truly starts then. And it hasn't changed. It has just evolved and has maybe got more sophisticated and advanced since then. But its roots were settled in the 1980s to the point that in and around the mid-80s, and Canadian media has reported about this. They reported about all of this, in fact, that at one point, Canada actually expelled members of the Indian consulate engaging in foreign interference in the 80s. Which ties into another important point of how the foreign interference happens. Indian consulates act as a hub for espionage and foreign interference and transnational repression targeting the Sikh community. And they'll target anyone who's vocal. That goes for individuals that talk about human rights issues in India. That goes to people talking about historic and existing democratic backsliding in India, one of the fastest autocratizing nations on earth. That goes to people who talk about local issues and political issues in India. And it goes to people who talk about Khalistan or Sikh sovereignty issues. They'll target everyone. And they'll target them for various reasons, again, which we'll talk about when I think we handle the third question about what the impact is. The point is, though, the consulates are a hub for this activity. And the consulates are made up of, in large part, raw agents and IB agents. They have stationed in Canada intelligence officers whose sole purpose is to monitor and target the Sikh community. And now how they do that and what forms that can take, we saw that in the 80s and we see that continue today, is things as simple as visa denials. Good luck visiting India. Now, you may ask, well, why does one want to visit India, or why would one want to go there? And I go back to my initial answer to your question about what the community makeup is. If a Sikh, and I really want people to really understand this of how frustrating this is as for someone from the Sikh community. If a Sikh speaks about a Sikh issue that is important to the Sikh community, that is not controversial within the Sikh community, which is a conversation that we're allowed to have as a people, and the debates we're allowed to have as a people, we risk having our visas denied to visit our religious and ancestral homes in Punjab. What other community would experience that type of heavy-handed transnational repression and foreign interference for merely practicing, and I'm going to stress this point, merely practicing legal, protected charter rights and international norms? This is something as crazy as, let's say, folks in the Catholic community having debates about issues that are hot topics within the community that don't align with maybe what the Vatican's saying and are now barred from entering Italy or Vatican City. That is literally what is happening to the Sikh community. And it goes on across a whole host of different issues. So that's one way the consulates do it, and that's one reason why they have agents within their consulates. Other forms that foreign interference take, and this is definitely a popular one nowadays with the advent of social media and everything else that comes with it, and it's probably going to get scarier with AI, as we're already seeing. Deep fakes are very easy to do, and there's been advancements in that already in the last week. Disinformation is a critical tool in amplifying and escalating foreign interference against target communities. And this is true for the Sikh community. It is true for my friends here in the communities that they come from. We're seeing it only grow more alarming, and I fear even scarier with the advent of things like AI. There's a real possibility what I am saying right now, which is being streamed, can be modified literally by tomorrow and saying something completely else. And what are people supposed to do about that? Now, India is seen, and again, this is something, you don't have to take my word for it. This has been reported by international media from the likes of BBC. It's been documented by major institutions that look at these issues, like the EU Disinfo Lab. It has been examined by the Fifth Estate recently. The CBC launched a documentary that was in fact banned in India after it came out. India is a hub for global disinformation. The ability for India to spread disinfo is second to none. And they will target everyone and anyone that they see as a threat to their interests. And it just happens to be that the Sikh community is at the top, or almost at the very top of the communities they target. And what does that disinfo do? That disinformation, in the case of Canada, maligns the Sikh community, undermines the Sikh community. And again, when I say Sikh community, I'm talking about the Sikh Canadian community. I'm born and raised in this country. I'm born and raised in the city of Brampton, spent my whole life there. We're Canadian, right? I grew up playing street hockey on my court, shouting car every time something drove by, and then we get right back to it. We grew up on pads, wearing goaltending pads. Patrick Roy was one of my favorites, him and Felix Potvin. We used to play with pads one size too small. My knees are a mess. They still are. We are Canadian. We're Canadian as maple syrup. we are Sikh though as well. That faith is very important and integral to my identity. We're also Punjabis. That history, my ancestors who fought day and night and martyred and achieved martyrdom at various points of our history, so that I can sit here and speak to you as a Sikh, is very important to me. But what's happening is we're getting targeted by disinfo. We're getting maligned. We are victims of lies. We are the victims of an attempt to foster discord in our communities, to polarize our communities. And I'm talking about multiple diaspora communities that come out of the subcontinent. In a way of building this, a term that's often used in the Indian context of communal tensions, right? This tensions between different communities, whether it be the Sikh community, the Muslim community, the Hindu community, and what have you. This is discord and tensions that are being exported out of India and undermining our communities and institutions here in Canada. That's incredibly dangerous, especially if you understand what's going on in India. So that disinfo happens via social media. And Your Honor was asking about, what type of platforms that happens on. In India's case, there's two avenues in that disinfo is spread. One is WhatsApp, which is more internal community facing. Ethnic media. There are some ethnic media outlets that are known to be very close to India and the consulate and have different reasons why they might comply with demands from Indian government or Indian government officials. That happens in Indian national media. Indian national media will spread disinformation. Like, it is known, it has been covered, it has been reported. It's a reason why India currently on Reporter Without Borders Index on press freedom ranks 161 out of 180 countries. Now, human nature being what it is, those numbers don't mean much unless you anchor with something. India ranks below Afghanistan. India ranks below, I'm pretty sure it wasn't the previous iteration, I don't know about currently, but I think it actually ranks below Russia. India, though, unlike those other countries, likes to tell people that it's a pluralistic, democratic nation that shares values with the likes of Canada and the United States and the UK and et cetera, et cetera. So this is how disinfo is being disseminated. On social media, aside from WhatsApp, the platform of choice for Indian disinfo is Twitter. And there's a reason for it. There's a very specific reason for it. India understands that Twitter is where your politicians are sitting, your decision makers are sitting. India understands that journalists sit on Twitter. India understands that think tanks and institutions and NGOs all operate on Twitter. Their goal is not just to directly malign Sikh actors or Sikh activists or the Sikh community. Their goal is also to influence Western actors to silence Sikh activism in the diaspora. So the role of disinfo is to make it so that decision makers think twice before listening to, quite frankly, their own constituents because of noise coming out of India that they can't find the signal through. The examples are multiple. Look at the NDP leader Jagmeet Singh. Look at liberal ministers. Look at members of the Conservative Party at senior ranks within the party. Look at any time they ever tweet anything or say anything or do anything. You will see underneath accusations of them being terrorist sympathizers, extremists, you name it. Just absolutely bonker accusations. If you go read Indian media, I'll give you an example from the 2008 trip to India that Prime Minister Trudeau and his entire team went on. The Minister of Defense at that time, Harjit Singh Sajjan, was accused of being a terrorist and an extremist. Think about that for a second. That makes absolutely no sense. We know that's ridiculous. The leader of the NDP party at that time was also accused of such things. Prime Minister Trudeau was accused of being in bed with terrorists in Canada. Again, none of these things are ever proven, and they're not going to be proven because they're false. But the point is to attack and undermine and cast a cloud of suspicion on the Sikh community. And in February, I think it was February 2018 at the time, it worked. India was able to achieve their goal. There were, at one point in February, 150 negative articles. I'm not talking about news reports, radio, whatever. 150 mainstream articles that were negative and parroted, unverified, quite frankly, false accusations about the Sikh community, its political aspirations, and its members of parliaments. That's one snapshot in time. That's been happening since the 80s. So that disinfo is also meant to shape the manner in which Canadian media reports on our community. Now, back then, there was huge failings in over a lot of advocacy from the Sikh community, including a World Sikh Organization campaign called Ask Canadian Sikhs, including the efforts of Gurdwara associations like the OGC and BCGC, as well as just grassroots organizing, attempts to talk to journalists and media to educate them on what's actually going on. And Canadian media actually has grown leaps and bounds since then. And hasn't necessarily fallen victim to these disinformation networks like they did back in 2018. But that doesn't mean it's not happening still. And there are other people platforming this disinformation who I can only term, unfortunately, and don't mind my language, useful idiots from the far right, especially on platforms like Twitter, that are more than happy to parrot and push nonsensical, outlandish disinfo from India. Another form that foreign interference happens is through proxies, and we've heard that term used here quite a few times. There are organizations and groups that are close to either the government of India, that are either close to political parties in India, primarily at this time, just because they've been in power for a while, the BJP, or are close to the consulates, that are used for various tools of foreign interference, or various methods of tools of foreign interference, sorry. They're used to lobby government of India interests. They are used to support and fundraise political parties. They are used, and I'll get to this as well, they're used to gatekeep the community from decision makers and politicians. And quite frankly, they're used in nominations and leadership races to funnel membership and cash to candidates of their choice that will propagate and uphold, in this case, government of India interests. Which typically is targeted towards the Sikh community that has a history of raising grievances with the Indian state, whether it's because of the Sikh genocide, whether it's their rights to self-determination, or whether it's to various human rights or other causes, including, and we'll get to this when we talk about impact, extrajudicial actions by the Indian government. So the proxies are important, the disinformation is important, the media, how it works is important because it gets to, again, probably more relevant to the conversation we're having here, the other form of foreign interference, which is interfering in the electoral process. The theater in which foreign interference happens on the electoral process is actually, quite frankly, not necessarily general elections, which I know is kind of the scope of what we're discussing here in the first phase, at least. Where foreign interference really happens at a much more successful and consistent manner is nominations and leadership races. And there's a reason for that. Those are closed universes. So for those that are not aware how nominations or leadership races work, unless you're a party member, you can't vote in that process. So, you know, I'm a member of the Brampton riding, and I can't vote for my candidate of choice unless I first purchase a membership by a certain deadline, and then go vote on a nomination date. And at the result, one of the many candidates that stood for the race will get a ticket to run. That's very easy to manipulate. right? It's very easy to mobilize. It's very easy to give cash to candidates. There's very little oversight on how nominations are done in this country. Political parties are essentially clubs, and they can, for lack of better terms or going into details, can do whatever they want. And so it's easy to insert yourself into those processes, especially if you're a powerful government that everyone wants to get cozy with because of trade deals. So you have an easy time of getting into the process at the nomination and leadership race because of that. Now, there's been some reporting recently that one federal party, and again, these folks may not even know that it's happening, have been a victim of foreign interference by proxies and the Indian government in their leadership race. And it was done by withholding and gatekeeping community events, right? So events put on and attended by Canadians, membership sales, and general fundraising to undermine or stop a candidate they didn't like because they had raised issues that were important to the Sikh community that the government of India didn't want being discussed. That's happening everywhere, right? That happens at the provincial level. It happens across party lines. This is not necessarily an issue specific to one party. I want to make that very clear. The nominations work the same way. So this is something that we need to really keep in mind when we talk about foreign interference in elections, because a lot of it actually happens before the generals. It's harder to interfere at a general election because people are voting because of the wave. They're voting for multiple different reasons. There's a lot of different external and internal factors at play. That's not the case with nominations and leadership, where you can control a lot of the levers. Interference also happens in things like candidate selection. So every party, before they allow someone to run in a nomination, will go through a process where either they're red lit or they're green lit. If you're someone who has actively spoken about Sikh issues and Sikh causes and Sikh concerns, I guarantee you the Indian government is telling those parties to red light them. Those conversations are happening. Those correspondences are happening with one another. And it's done through consulates and high commissions. That is a very real form of foreign interference that is happening, again, across party lines, across every level of government. Again, because it's easy. Every political party is going to, one way or another, say they want to have close ties with India, again, for trade, and they're willing to, quite frankly, look the other way on human rights violations and transnational repression against their own citizens to pursue those trade deals. Minus one exception, which we'll get to.
And sorry to interrupt, but I am mindful of time because we do have one more panelist. You've mentioned several times that you will talk to us more about some of the things you mentioned when you discuss the impact. So I wonder if you can turn your mind to moving on to the impact once you finish.
Yeah, look, impact, they literally killed a guy, right? They killed Hardeep Singh Nijjar, a president of a major Gurdwara in Surrey, in the parking lot of said Gurdwara in broad daylight. A leader of the Sikh community slumped over his steering wheel, bleeding out because he was shot multiple times as part of a transnational repression assassination program. And the scary part was, he was only one of many people on that list as per the US indictment on Nikhil Gupta, which should really shed more light on this. And I look forward to the day that the RCMP lays charges and arrests the people that were involved in the Canadian example. Like, how is that for impact? That's the cost of foreign interference in this country and not taking it seriously. What surprised us about Prime Minister Trudeau's message in Parliament back in, what was that, 6 months ago, 7 months ago now at this point, what surprised us as a community was not the fact that India would go to the lengths of assassinating someone in Canada, Canadian citizen, mind you. What surprised us was that Prime Minister Trudeau would stand up in Parliament and confront it head on. And that, at least that day in Parliament, would be echoed by all major opposition parties, from the NDP to the Conservatives to the Bloc Québécois. And that surprised us as a community because the impact of foreign interference on the Sikh Canadian community has been largely ignored over the last 30, 40 years. The community has felt that it's been up to us to defend ourselves. It's that there is essentially nothing the government will do to protect Sikhs out of fear of embarrassing India, a country that likes to advertise itself as the world's largest democracy, but quite frankly isn't, and the trade deals that it comes with. The reality is the impact of foreign interference has had a major chilling effect over the last 30, 40 years in Sikh Canadians enjoying charter-protected rights and the full glow of liberty and freedom that this country is supposed to stand for. We have allowed the Indian government to dictate the terms of how fellow Canadians look at us as Sikh Canadians. The impact has been we have largely allowed India to describe us practicing our charter rights as extremists or terrorists. In fact, me speaking here right now, under Indian definitions, would be considered an act of terror and extremism, because I'm just telling you the truth of what happens to our community. That's how freely they throw that word around. And the impact of that is not just a chilling effect within the community, but casting a cloud on the manner in which government officials, party members, MPs, agencies talk to us and deal with us. Because they don't want to be caught up in the whole disinfo networks. They don't want to get the gatekeeping from proxies of the consulate. They don't want the angry phone calls and meetings that the consulate will ask for, because, again, the reputation on the Hill is India's a very insecure country and throws a storm about everything. The reality is that is what the impact is. Aside from the community and the chilling effect it has on us, it has also led the government to make some really profoundly problematic decisions. Because of the disinfo that was being leveled against its MPs and the community back in the 2018 trip that Prime Minister Trudeau took, Canada, at the end of it, signed a document which was hailed as a major policy victory for India. They signed what was a security sharing framework with India. And I'll tell you right now, the only community that India cares about is the Sikh community. So essentially, as far as the Indians are concerned, they are working with Canada to spy on us, conduct espionage, but to use and fish for information so that they can harass and bother not just activists that may be operating out of Canada, but their families and loved ones back home. Now, a security sharing framework of this type did exist at one point, but Canada pulled it decades ago because they realized that India was using information, even just basic information that doesn't actually amount to any kind of guilt or anything of that sort, to engage in extrajudicial murder, torture, seizure of properties, etc., etc. And Canada, to its credit, has over the years not fallen under the pressure to bring that type of framework back until foreign interference worked like a charm for India and they were able to get it done. It has dictated the type of people that run for positions of like MP or MPP or whatever, or MLA in this country. It has stopped certain folks from engaging or speaking freely about issues because of the fears of the retribution. India has effectively exported autocratic, despotic, extrajudicial measures that are normal in India to Canada. That is what we have allowed. And the murder of Bhai Hardeep Singh Nijjar is just one really drastic example of that. May not be the last one. Now, aside from the community, the impact is that it undermines the ability of our community, of Canadians, to make free decisions that are not tainted by foreign interference. It stops Canadians from engaging with their democratic institutions without the stain of disinformation and misrepresentation casted from India. It robs Canadians of making really informed decisions because of the type of attacks that are being leveled against the Sikh community. And it foments discord and polarization within our community as well, who are happy in subsegments of the community, happy to jump and bandwagon on disinformation from India if it means that they can attack certain political parties and certain politicians they don't like for other reasons or whatever it may be. The impact, I'll give you another stark example. Back in 2010, Canadian visa officials rejected visas to former and current Indian paramilitary, military, and police officers from visiting to Canada because they had been implicated in extrajudicial murder and torture, particularly against the Sikh community in India. The Indian government, after an outcry and pressure and complaining about it, the Canadian government reversed their decision and allowed those actors who had a history of conducting torture and extrajudicial murder against our people into the country. That has continued to happen to this date, and those people, quite frankly, live amongst us. That is something we're allowing because of foreign interference. And that is something that is going to increasingly happen if we don't wake up. And if we believe that, well, India is, again, a pluralistic liberal democracy, just like Canada and the US, so therefore we can interact with them just like we do with allies like the US and the UK, we're in for a really rude awakening. India is a hostile state. India is well, depending on what ranking you look at, if you look at the VDEM Institute or the Freedom House, it is the fastest autocratizing country on earth. It is now what is referred to as an electoral autocracy. It is what is referred to as a partly free country. I already referenced the rankings of press freedom there. Institutions like the judiciary is falling apart. They literally just arrested one of the major opposition leaders right before the election, and they pulled the funding of another major opposition, and again, in a lead up to an election. This is the state of India. It's been like this for a very long time, and it's the Sikh community that's facing the brunt of this hostility.
Thank you very much. We have one final panelist who is joining us remotely, so I'm just going to wait until she appears on our screen. Ms. Winnie Ng, thank you for joining us today. Would you please describe your community or communities?
Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much for the invitations. My name is Winnie Ng. I'm the co-chair of Toronto Association for Democracy in China. And I just want to start off by sending regrets on behalf of our other co-chair, Chuck Guan, who has taken ill and lost his voice. So I'm here to speak on behalf of our group. I would start off by saying a bit more about TADC and then go into the broader Chinese-Canadian community. TADC was founded on the eve of 1989 Tiananmen Square massacre. It has been a human rights organization for the past 34 years, organizing an annual June 4th candlelight vigil to commemorate the victims of the massacre. It's, in a sense, it's our way to preserve the truth of what has taken place and to stop any rewriting and erasing of this chapter of the atrocity. Right now, there is a disinformation campaign, a counter narrative that's going on that June 4th massacre never took place. And that's why we continue to organize and make sure that the truth will never be forgotten. In addition to the annual event, we also have played an active role in advocating and lobbying efforts in Canada and abroad, including appearing before the Canadian Parliamentary Standing Committees and the US congressional hearings. TADC is also a founding member of the Amnesty-led Canadian Coalitions for Human Rights in China. After the June 4th Tiananmen massacre, TADC, along with Chinese Canadian National Council, the umbrella organizations representing activists across the country, we actually lobbied and got amnesty, then the federal government, and got amnesty for 5,000 Chinese scholars and students who then were stranded in Canada. And then, as you all know, the 2019 anti-extradition bill protest movement took place in Hong Kong. And as a result, with the political crackdown and the passing of the national security law in Hong Kong by Beijing on June 30th, 2020, it has a devastating, sweeping impact on the rights and freedoms of Hong Kongers. So TADC has initiated a project since 2020 in assisting some of the former protesters and pro-democracy activists in resettling in Ontario. That's the gist of our work. And I just also want to echo some of what the previous speakers have said. And I want to introduce myself on a personal level. I was born and raised in Hong Kong and came to Canada in 1968 as an international student. Went to Montreal and then moved down to Toronto in 1975 and worked as a community organizer right in the heart of Chinatown. So I've been involved in the community for over 45 years. And I think just like the Punjabi community, it's the Chinese Canadians community, it's diverse, it's complicated, and it's non-homogeneous. We had different waves that have come in and bringing in new diversity, new ideas, as well as new challenges. I would say, in the 70s, we worked on the Southeast Asian Boat People's Movement. In 1975, there was the campus giveaway, the W5 movement, and that sparked the whole anti-racism movement within the Chinese Canadian community. And to me, I think what we have been saying is then in 1989, with the aftermath of the Tiananmen Square massacre, this is where the turning point is, that we can, I'm hoping the commission would look beyond the elections of 2019 and 2021 and take a broader and long-range view, looking back and the insidious way the Chinese PRC has been influencing and interfering with not just the elections, but in terms of controlling our media, in terms of usurping our organizations. And these are all part of the pieces that has shaped to bring it to this point. In that sense, it's also, in the past, it has been, the United Front's work has been more quiet, more under the current, and more hidden. Now, it's a whole lot more emboldened, and they have taken a free range in doing a lot of the intimidations and interference into our own Canadian politics. So this is where I'm coming from in briefly describing what TADC is, as well as the broader Chinese Canadian community. It's diverse, it's complicated, and with the influx of different waves of newcomers, and particularly with the last 4 years, through the grace of the Hong Kong federal government's Hong Kong Pathway program, we now have a new generations of younger Hong Kongers that are coming in, and it's also creating more dialogue and more providing us with more evidence on the whole scheme of the influences and interventions of the People's Republic of China.
When you talk about the People's Republic of China becoming more emboldened, you talk about influences and interventions. Can you give us some examples of what that looks like? What kind of forms does foreign interference take in your community?
Yeah, and just to reinforce some of the points that Mehmet and Grace have made, the pattern is quite similar to all the other groups as well. And I think I just want to start off by saying, a lot of these actions and, as campaigns and schemes are orchestrated by none other than the United Front Work Department, the UFW, which is headed by the chief of the Secretariat of the Chinese Communist Party's Central Committee. And part of that whole, I think, what the whole intent through the PRCs and its proxies is to create and cultivate an atmosphere of fear that would stop and dissuade Chinese Canadians from speaking out against the PRC. These means include by usurping legitimate Chinese Canadian organizations, by co-opting, by repurposing. And I'll go into a bit more detail. 2 is by influencing people in power directly or indirectly. 3 is by criminalizing certain acts extraterritorially. 4, it's through Chinese language media and social media. And then last but not the least, by threatening individuals directly or indirectly who speak up against the PRC. And part of these means are made more complicated and more difficult to counter because PRC does not abide with the ordinary rules of engagement, right? The overarching purposes of PRC's foreign interference strategy is to silence the critic, to suppress any dissent, and foster loyalty among people of Chinese descent or the heritage of PRC. And so in that sense, nationalism, patriotism trumps over human rights, democracy, and freedom. So I'll go into a bit more detail and give some examples. It's one on usurping, co-opting legitimate organizations. This is a very common political tactics, strategies that's used by the United Front. It's in a way it's called entryism. It's using, the PRC encourages its members or supporters to join an organization locally. It could be a community service agencies, a towns associations, whatever means possible to permeate and perpetuate these organizations in an attempt to expand influence and expand their ideas and programs. So they might not be, it appears to be so innocuous, but the hidden agenda is it's trying to persuade these organizations to remain quote unquote neutral and not to be quote unquote political, right? Over time, these infiltrations, these influences, the United Front has become a complex network of organizations that would engage in various activity for CCP, for Chinese Communist Party, at a whim and at a beck and call. So, and so these are, that's one of the pieces, and we have seen, you know, one of the first fight, it's used during the, you know, as the aftermath of the Tiananmen Square massacre, CCP has also recognized they need to counter our narrative. They need to counter our community-based organizations, such as the Chinese Canadian National Council that came about from a whole anti-W5 movement in pushing for equality and access to positions and outcomes. What they have done is using their power brokers to create a counter national umbrella organizations that would espouse the ideas and act as the mouthpiece of CCP. So this umbrella organizations was formed in 1992. And while it professed to be a community national organizations, it actually carry out the work to counter criticisms in Canada by other local organizations. And one example to cite is the whole head tax redress campaign, which we took on as community activists. I remember I was interviewing head taxpayers in 1984. And CCNC took up the fight, and we got an apology in 2006. But the path to that apology was fraught with challenges and counter diversions and confusions that was instigated by these counter umbrella organizations. And, you know, and they took different stands to the point that it divided the community efforts, and we end up not having the strongest solidarity in pushing for more changes within the government. At the end, the head tax redress campaign, we got the apology and we got compensations for the head taxpayers or their, their spouses. But when the other counter organizations was pushing for just apology and no compensations, we've fallen prey into the divide and rule context and divide and rule tactics. And this is just one clear example. The other, it's influencing, the other strategy is influencing people in power. You know, the community leaders, elected or non-elected, as long as they have high profile, they're deemed as the opinion leaders. PRC, through the United Front, would try to approach them, try to, and get them to go travel to China. The wine and dine politicians at all levels was rampant over the last 20 years. With the aim for them to achieve to shape and influence the opinions of these elected politicians, that they would take a pro-PRC policy position, including funding trips to China. And I mean, to me, I think this is really quite counterintuitive. It's when we have parliamentarians who embark on exchange programs with PRC's National People's Congress. What kind of exchange program would that be, coming from an autocracy system, coming from a system where their National People's Congress only meets 10 days a year, and they have never voted anything down. I believe these are charades, these are inferences at the very top level of our Canadian democratic institutions. So, and then in terms of the inferences of people in power, it include, the Confucius Institute, in the presence of Confucius Institutes in our public school board system to the public post-secondary institutions. These inferences had repercussions. These are soft ways of entries, but it have severe and long-term impact on our intelligence, on our informations, as well as the shaping the public opinions about PRC. The other piece is on the third is on the threat of accessing and weaponizing personal data, right? The PRC collect data, as all the previous speaker has talked about, to collect data and information that they can use as part of their intimidation and interference strategies and efforts, right? It includes social media and, technology that harvest using information and data. It's especially through banking institutions with connections with PRC. And to me, I think this is where Mehmet had talked about it too. The presence of 6 police stations, Chinese police stations in Montreal, Vancouver, and Toronto are no coincidence. These are, much as they have been shut down, we will never know whether it's operating in another form on the underground basis or through other social media and through internet. So these are, to me, I think we cannot afford to be relaxed. We need to be stepping up our vigilance as well as stepping out our measures in protecting our Canadian democratic system. The other piece, I think the fourth, which is what's taking place, the real example is what's taking place in Hong Kong right now, is the Criminalizing Act within Canada. The Beijing-controlled Hong Kong government introduced various legislations, such as in 2020, the National Security Law, and then last Saturday, the Article 23 legislations has just taken effect in Hong Kong. And these legislations prohibit activities by anyone, whether they are Chinese or Hong Kong nationals or not, in speaking out, in criticizing, in engaging in activities that seem as colluding with foreign agents, seditions, and subversions. And regardless, and under this new law, Article 23, activities like what we have been doing, such as lobbying, which is a normal part life of Canada's democratic system, may be found to have breached PRC's or Hong Kong's law. And both the National Security Law and Article 23, I think one of the damaging part is also they are retroactive, and that an individual or group can be criminalized for activities that took place even before Article 23 has taken place. And to me, this is all part of the continuations to silence dissent, to get people to start self-censoring themselves, and to give up speaking out or showing up in any of our activities outside Canada. And to me, this is the last nail in the coffin in dismantling and shredding the highly built civil society of Hong Kong into shreds. Then the fifth one is the the Chinese language media and social media, which others have also talked about. I'll just raise an example that, over our 34 years of organizing the candlelight vigil, June 4th candlelight vigils, prior to 8 years ago, we have always been able to get the cooperations of the Chinese print dailies to give us a community rate, to put our ads in the newspapers as a way of promoting the event. But from last 8 years, that offer has been declined. We do not, at this point, we cannot. And the newspapers have refused to put our ads in the paper. And I think these are some of the pieces that has dramatically shaped and polarized our communities as well. I think this is where, the influences have, it's beyond just the 2019 and 2021 election. It's these accumulates, the influences that took shape and started back in the early 80s have now taken shape and taken a stronghold within our Canadian democratic system.
You mentioned goals of silencing dissent. You've talked about trying to impose self-censorship. You talked about an impact of polarization within your community. What else would you like to tell the commissioner and the members of the public about the impacts of foreign interference on your community?
Yeah, and I'm going to elaborate about the impact with a few concrete examples, right? Last Saturday, March 23rd, the day when the Article 23 legislation took effect in Hong Kong, Toronto was part of the Global Day of Action against Article 23. We were one of the 23 cities across the globe that did the protests. And in the protests, we immediately saw an increasing number of demonstrators or activists who came out to the rally. They end up concealing themselves by wearing heavy-duty headgear. And that wasn't the case previous demonstrations. And to me, I think this is part of that self-protections that they have to do. After the rally on Saturday, on Monday, as organizers of this year, the 35th anniversary of the June 4th candlelight vigil, we have booked Mel Lastman Square for our event. We have contracted an AV technician company to set up our stage. Now, on Monday, we just heard from that AV company that they are withdrawing their commitment, they're withdrawing their contract because our organization is deemed as quote unquote political. These are real, and we're not going to be, deterred, and we're going to forge ahead. But these are concrete examples how insidious and how that element of fear sometimes have overtaken our conscience, our commitment for freedom and democracy. The other piece, and I think these are some of the key pieces. The other is, TADC has launched a campaign along with other groups in pushing for foreign agent registry. And for that, we were accused of being traitors. We were accused of being racist. And these, for me, this is, as someone who has been involved in anti-Asian racism, in human rights, in human rights causes in Canada for the last 45 years. I find this offensive, that pro-Beijing politicians and community people, activists would brand this initiatives as racist, as reminding of the Anti-Chinese Exclusion Act. To me, I think this is farthest from the truth. What they have done, it's using false equivalence, conflating anti-racism, anti-Asian racism, and our desire to safeguard our Canadian transparency and accountability within our political system. What's wrong with us standing up as Canadians and saying that we need a foreign agent registry to hold our government, to hold our elected politicians accountable? And in particular, this foreign agent registry is not just singling out Chinese agents, quote unquote. So I find these to be part of that divisiveness that is taking place, trying to create further polarizations between different groups within our own community. And so I guess my sense is, it's the commissions, as later on you're going to be releasing your initial report. I believe, that would be one of the counter narrative that pro-Beijing people pro-Beijing people in Canada is going to characterize using anti-Asian racism and nationalism and patriotism as a way to counter and diffuse the recommendations of the commission. So it's just a word of forewarning that should be that the commissions need to stand firm on this. And last but not, the previous speakers had talked about what has some of the personal impact and harassment and very painful stories and narratives. I want to add on, through the last, add on a positive impact is through the last 34 years of working on these issues, starting and then in particular through the China coalitions, as Amnesty International's led China coalitions. It's one positive outcome that came out from our organizing is getting to know more about the Tibetan struggle, more about the Uyghur struggles, more about the Taiwanese struggle. And what we are doing, it's the more China PRC is creating this divide and rule through their united front, the more we are standing in solidarity and being united for our common goal to ensure that democracy, freedom, dignity, and human rights would appear not just in Hong Kong, but in Canada and in China's at one point. I think my final message would be the only way we can overcome fear, and sometimes these fears are legitimate, particularly for those who still have relatives and family in Hong Kong and China. The only way we can overcome such fear is by showing up, standing up, by giving that sense of hope. Hope will overcome fear. Hope and solidarity and strength in numbers would overcome fear. And to me, I think this is where, we would continue, and I appreciate the commission's work. And I'm hoping that you would take also our advice into account and saying that look beyond the last two elections and look at the long arm of China, PRC's influence in Canada over the past few decades. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I wonder if we might take a brief break.
Yes, we'll suspend for about 10 minutes just to review the questions that may have been sent by the participants. And we'll come back.
Order, please. Alors, s'il vous plaît, this hearing is now in recess until 5 o'clock. Cette séance est en pause jusqu'à 5 heures. The Foreign Interference Commission will commence shortly. Please take your seats. La Commission sur l'ingérence étrangère commencera sous peu. Veuillez prendre vos places. Order, please. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît. This sitting of the Foreign Interference Commission is back in session. Cette séance de la Commission sur l'ingérence étrangère a repris.
Okay, we have very little time left, and so here is how I propose we use it. We're going to give each of you 2 minutes to either answer one of the insightful questions that was suggested to us, which is to share what, in your view, is the most effective protection against foreign interference, or to share a final thought that you would like to leave with the Commission and the members of the public. And we will proceed starting with Mr. Santu, moving through to the left, and we will finish with Ms. Ng on Zoom. So beginning with you, Mr. Santu, please go ahead.
Look, my hope is that we walk away from today with an understanding of how foreign interference is not something that's experienced by random small communities off in the corner of Canada. One thing that stood out to me from all my friends up here on the panel is that how much of our experience with foreign interference was shared. The manners in which the consulate operates, the manner in which disinformation operates, the manner in which the chilling effect it has on communities to participate themselves, and the manner in which we get misrepresented to others outside of our community. And that's a testament to how hostile states act similar to one another. And in our instance of the Sikh community, India is a hostile state. They're not a friend that shares the values that we hold as Canadians. In fact, they're stripping away any semblance of those as we speak. Foreign interference also impacts folks that we would be surprised by. MPs, members of parliament, have had their visas revoked to go to India because of things they have called out, such as human rights violations impacting Sikhs and other minorities. It's a pretty damning indictment of how far states like India would go. And if they're doing that with MPs, what are they doing with folks within communities that are unseen and unknown to the general public? So my hope here today is that what we stated here is not just important for the second phase, but it should really shape the way we understand and think about the evidence that this inquiry is going to be hearing moving forward, and that the media and those in attendance thinking about this and talking about it and reporting on it do the justice that it deserves, and that meaningful efforts are made to continue dialogue with community well after this inquiry wraps up, because this problem is not going to go away. It's just going to evolve and shape itself into something more nefarious.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nowodvorski.
I want to take a moment to just thank the Commission again for giving us an opportunity to appear here. And I agree with Mr. Sandhu that it was very helpful to hear how different forms of foreign interference affect all of our diasporas, but it definitely seems like there is substantial overlap. And one item that caught my attention is that it seems that for all of us, the consulates and the embassies seem to be a core source of foreign interference. So we urge the Commission to handle this matter with the seriousness it deserves, as it affects not just our diasporas, but the wider Canadian community, especially when it comes to disinformation, hacking, and other forms of interference. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wallensack.
Hello. Yeah, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you from the Commission and everybody working hard on this, and to give us the opportunity to give a picture of how this foreign interference impact our diaspora communities. Actually, as we have talked about today, we give the patterns of CCP's infiltration and interference in Canada through our first-hand experience. We may not have direct information on the two stated elections, but I believe that we have, through what we have witnessed over the 25 years, in Canada that can provide a picture of the scope and the depth of foreign interference by the PRC through the tactics of mobilizing the Chinese Canadian groups and organizations to suppress Falun Gong. It helps the PRC build infrastructure and the mechanism and form a broad base to support the PRC's infiltration and interference in the political structures of Canada, including elections. Such infrastructure and the mechanism become most mature and available discernibly for the wider Canadian public of its influence and in the recent two elections. So I echo with other people mentioned, we need to look beyond and broader to see what the foreign factors are capable and able to do in influence the Canadian societies. And that's directly related to the election, what they are able to do. And for like in our report, we have 11 recommendations to combat that interference. But I'd like to especially mention about enact the foreign agent registry legislation, not for punishing those single out those players, but to function as a shield to protect the community members from being coerced into playing for the Chinese embassy or consulate or foreign factors, because lots of time, many people, they not willing to do it, but out of fear or other leverage or fear of punishment or whatever reasons, they were forced to do the job that they were not able, they are not willing to. And this legislation will help them to be able to say no to the foreign factors. So that's one thing I want to say. And the last sentence is that we really urge our Canadian government and its agencies to be committed to take effective measures and actions in responding to the CCP's invasive and aggressive infiltration into Canadian communities, institutions, political system, and beyond. It is essential for Canada to safeguard its values, democracy, sovereignty, and the rights and freedoms of its people against the foreign interference and repression. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Ismailian.
Thank you very much. I want to thank you again for inviting me. And the last thing I want to say, you asked my friends here about the level of support we got from different organizations here. So we work and cooperate with the government for taking the case of Flight PS75 to International Court of Justice. It was submitted last year. This year, they submitted another case in International Civil Aviation Organization. Our request for supporting our case in International Criminal Court is still pending. Our request to put IRGC in the list of terrorist organizations is still pending. It's very important for a community to see the entirety of this organization to be listed as a terrorist organization. I go to RCMP from what I heard from my friends here and from our experiences. RCMP didn't open a criminal case for PS75 let alone protecting the activist or Iranian Canadian activist. That's why I hear from friends that they have turned their houses to fortresses with cameras and like security tricks, because you're on your own and there's no protection. And the last thing is about IRCC. I mentioned a banker, a chief of police, a minister, a current speaker of the House of the Islamic regime. They are already here, or they have been here, or they're planning to come here. That's why we have deep concerns that we don't have any political relationship. These two countries, they don't have open embassies. But why we see the flow of the Islamic regime officials in this country, and this is the reason that the community not getting involved in lots of activities. I urge the Commission again that to add Islamic regime of Iran to those rogue states that are in the term of reference here. Thank you.
Thank you. And turning to Zoom, Ms. Zhang. and it may be that she is not with us, and by that I mean she's no longer in Zoom.
Just want to make sure that it's not a technical issue.
Yep. It seems that she's no longer on the Zoom platform.
Okay. So we are at the end of our day. I want to thank you all deeply, having accepted to come forward and share your views as well as your community's views and experience, in my mind, is very, very important for the Commission. And honestly, I think it took some courage, and I'm very grateful that you have accepted to do that, and your contribution will for sure inform the work of the Commission going forward. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Order, please. Alors, s'il vous plaît. The sitting of the Foreign Interference Commission has adjourned until tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Cette séance de la Commission sur l'ingérence étrangère est levée jusqu'à demain à 9h30.